feel like I'm still blurry. I think it's time to retire this camera. um, Alrighty, we are live over on YouTube. All right, there we go. And let's get started. Why does it seem like it's so blurry? I don't know. But there we go. Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome to Essential Silhouette Studio 2024 Round 1 Refresher. Today is edit points. I know that's what they say, like a pressure point, like that's a pain point for a lot of people. And just kind of understanding the way that edit points work, when point editing is most effective, how to maneuver them, understanding them. And in this class, we are going to go over that. Now, the first time we did point editing, it was 2 days. Of course, we don't have 2 days here. So today is going to be a true like refresher. We're going to go over some exercises. We're going to do some of the things that we did in the first session, as far as like I do, we do, you do, where we're going to change shapes into different shapes by using edit points. So we're going to go through that step by step. I'm going to do it. You're going to do it. We're going to go through some of the images that are, in your worksheet, but this worksheet will also end up being your homework for you to complete them and trace them out and do things of that nature, with them. We're going to go over the letters and I'm also going to show you guys something that I worked on just so you can kind of see where like kind of like point editing, but also the power, kind of taking it back to like modify and then using subtract, and where most people probably would take the time to delete all those edit points, where something like making a shape and subtract. So that's going to be kind of like a little bonus at the end, but it's still related to edit points. It's going to bring it all together. The worksheet for this is under week 3 of the original 30 days. I will say, though, depending on when you are watching this, there may end up being a change. I think because it's no longer just the 30 days, the name of this is going to kind of sort of change. Excuse me. And then where the worksheets are. We're trying to figure out the best way to do that so that it's a little bit easier to find based off of each lesson, because remember, this is refreshers. Everything was originally based off of the 30 days. And the assumption that people are going to watch the 30-day one, kind of make sure they're watching those as well and doing the downloads forward, and it's kind of still following the same flow and downloading everything. Because once you download it, it says exactly what worksheet it is, but we put them originally based off of the original weeks. So we're going to probably end up just changing that and just having all of the downloads under one thing versus having all of the individual weeks. So you may see a change. So right now I'm saying for you guys here that it's under week 3, but know that if you're watching this in the future, you might see it in a different place. Okay. But for you guys today, that's where you're going to find it at. I do see some questions in the group, and I will basically address those. But unlike the other sessions, I am going to start this one off kind of with the Q&A, because I want to kind of hear where you guys are, see if you're going to write it in the chat on where the most difficulty comes in grasping the concept, so that I know what to kind of focus on in this one. You will have to watch the original one. And it's not that it's like a lot more information in this one. It's just that in the original, if you want to kind of have that environment where it's giving you the opportunity to practice it and not having to pause it, a lot of the time in that first one was spent where I'm showing it and then I'm just quiet and everyone is following along. So it's like a naturally built in kind of pause. And let's say, like, once I go to talking, if you haven't reached that point, you can pause the video and then, finish it and then play it back. So that's one of the reasons why that first one was kind of long, because we went through each of these step by step. And that is still what that serves as your kind of I do, we do, step by step. You're doing it in real time class. So when you're watching that one, you have the time. Here, because it's only one day, this is not a two-parter for edit points. It's going to move a little bit faster and we're not going to be able to get through all of them, but I want to answer as many questions as possible. Okay. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started and start answering some questions. Okay. So raise your hand if you have questions or go ahead and put them in the chat. Can we watch the YouTube live? So you can, but it is a delay. So if you end up watching that, you'll see what's going on there. It'll be after what I'm doing here, and it can throw you off a little bit. If you click on the, like, at the top, it should show you that it's streaming on YouTube, and you can click on that. And it will give you the link, and it'll actually, if you click on it, it'll take you to it in a separate window. So once you open it up, you can save it to your playlist, and then I guess, like, if you want to watch it on the TV, you can, but it's unlisted. So it's not going to just automatically pop up on the channel. You can only get there if you have the link. So the link it should be somewhere on your screen if you're on a computer. So you'll have to go there, and it gives you the options, I think, to copy the link as well. And then you can send it to yourself and then, save it to your playlist and then watch on the TV. So you raise your hand under reactions. If you're on the phone or if you're on the computer, you're going to look for where it says reactions, and then there is going to be a place there to raise your hand. Yes, I did. As I said, I knew it was a question there. I'm going to address that, but for anyone in the room. So I'm always saying questions, right? If you have any questions, and it's not like, somebody's like, well, I don't know what to ask. It's not a question. If you had an inquiry, if you're just wanting to express like what your frustrations are. So it may not be a question, but communicating with me where you think the disconnect is in understanding edit points so that I can help clear them up. I keep trying to figure out a better way to not just say, hey, if you have questions. That's why I kind of say, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, inquiries, revelations, things like that. It's just the engagement and having that dialogue so that I really understand what help you need. I need to kind of hear that from you guys because I'm a little bit more experienced. So if I don't hear it, I may not slow it down, or I might miss out on what might be a key detail to help you understand it, because for me, it's like it's second nature. So your engagement is really important in order to make sure that I am teaching it in a way that it's going to resonate with you and you're going to be able to like process it. Okay. So no one. I don't see anything in the comments. Okay, Judy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Judy. Oh, it's two of them. Haha. I forgot it was two. Somebody ungrouped. I guess it was Judy Brown now because the other one dropped. So yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I've played around with edit points, just playing with them, but and I've learned a lot from watching your videos. And I don't really know how to. It's not really a question, but just maybe I just need to keep playing around with them, because sometimes if I delete an edit point or move it, it's not reacting or giving me what I want. Maybe is the best way to say that. And I really can't give you an example because it's been a minute. As someone put in the chat, life has been lifing. So I haven't had a chance to really play with Silhouette the last 30 days or so. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just knowing which edit point to maneuver, especially when it has the the extension where you can change the access. And I know I'm not saying that correctly,
Mm-hmm.
but where it has the extension,
The handles.
the handles, yes, that moves. That's what really throws me off and sends me
Okay.
down a lane I don't want to go, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So
All
yeah,
right.
and again, just maybe with practice or watching a few more demos, I'll be, more comfortable use doing that.
Okay. Why is this moving so much? Like I'm not even doing anything, and my compute well, my camera is like jumping like crazy, and I'm like, why? Not even moving that much, but okay. When I'm doing edit points, it always seems I have too many points. Do you recommend simplifying? Yes, especially with the newer version. With the older versions, it didn't give you as many points. The quality of your image that you are tracing also determines how many edit points, because if you have a lot of pixelations and that pixelation can be picked up on, and it's going to give you too many because it's going to pick up peaks and stuff where the angles and things change at. So if it's not a quality picture, you end up with more, and you simplify it to eliminate some of those pixels because you don't need it to go all the way to the edge. You may need it to come in some, so you want to simplify it. The newer version of Silhouette Studio, however, when you trace, the amount of edit points that they give you is ridiculous. Like it's like they're so close together. That is something that I know now that I have to do a video on. It's kind of, people end up not catching like all of like my videos, and they may come down to that or find that one after going down a rabbit hole. But with 4.5, so it's not an issue, right? So I have to be very clear when I'm doing the video. This is like, for right now, I know it's a 4.5 issue. And I don't know where it started at 4.5, but I know it's an issue in 4.5.760. If someone has one of the older 4.5s, they may not be experiencing this. If they have 4.4, they may not be experiencing it. I know it doesn't happen in 4.3, but for some reason now, when you trace, it's full of, and it's slowing down the system. So you have to hit simplify to minimize the number of edit points. So if you're using 4.5 or if it's way too many, yes, I highly recommend simplifying it if you know that you're going to need to go in and edit. Well, actually, even if you don't need to adjust not one edit point, I still recommend simplifying. So someone says it is happening in 4.4. Okay, yeah, I've never used 4.4, so I didn't know if that was an issue there to where it's putting a lot of edit points, especially when you're doing trace and detach. It's putting way too many edit points. Anyone else? Okay. So your first question, Baby Jean, I'm going to hold off on that because it's not really an edit point question, but I will answer. We're just going to come back to that. And I may also even make that one of my first questions in next week's study hall. So your edit point questions are anchor points red. I got lost when you added the points and they became anchor points. What made them anchor points? Okay. So no, anchor points are not red. All edit points are the same. They are. So of course we'll get into it. I'm gonna still go over this. I'm just gonna answer this question. Um, Edit points, when they're red, that means it's an open line. It's not closed off. So that's how you know there's a break somewhere, is wherever those red dots are, and they have to be connected to something in order to close that off and be able to fill with colors. So red line, well, red, if you double click on the edit points, you see them. Red means it is just a line. It is not a closed path. An anchor point means it just like what an anchor does, it keeps it there. So if you're going to end up making adjustments, it's just adding a point to where the adjustment happens only, like it doesn't affect anything beyond that point. So I can have a curve, and let's say I want to adjust something at the top of the curve. Well, once you start moving it, wherever that next point is, it's going to affect it up until that next point. But hey, I don't want it to affect anything down here. I only want to affect this curve up here. So I'm gonna add a point, and that's just anchoring where that change is. It doesn't move past it. Someone drops an anchor because they want to stay in. A ship drops an anchor because they want to stay in that point. They don't want it to continue to drift. So that's all anchor point means, is a stopping point for where you're going to edit. And they're not specifically red. When you were doing Ernie, why didn't you hit trace again to separate the background from the hair and head instead of, like, why did you choose to do it the way you did? Oh, see, now I don't even remember. I gotta probably go back. Stuff like that is when it's great when you post that type of question on the video with the timestamp, because now I don't really remember um that specific part. I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if I said it in there, but I'm really not sure now with that one as far as the part that you're referring to. But I will try to find that video and mm, right,
Um,
let's see.
I don't know if it helps, but it was like right at the end, kind of, it was after you had put all the points in his hair and stuff, and then you, I can't remember even exactly what you did, but you wanted, there was still a little bit of a background behind him, and
Hmm.
you did something, and I thought, why wouldn't, I don't know, in my own mind, I thought, I think I would have like tried to retrace it and just get rid of the white. There wasn't a whole lot, but there was still some behind him. And this is whatever you did. I was just curious. You know, I knew there had to be a reason, but
Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna go to it and just kind of see real quick. Um Anyone else? Because that was our last question. Anyone else while I'm looking for this part in the video? Let's see. Buccaneers, the car. And I'm guessing this is day one, because I think day two was, maybe day two was the unicorn. Let me see. Buccaneers. Okay, there's that one. Okay, so Ernie. So you're saying after I trace and detach, why did I start using edit points?
no, I understood the edit points and stuff like that, but you were like, first of all, you traced like face or whatever, and then you got into his hair, and then it was kind of like you were connecting the two pieces together, and there was a white background, and you said to remove this white background.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I know what. So now I'm looking, because now I got to that part. So when I brought it back, and so I guess it was like how to describe it. So I went through everything else, and then I went to his hair and I pulled it out so I can see it. So I always say when it comes to edit points, you well, no, I'm sorry, when it comes to images and you trace them down, the whole image is never gone away. You can click on a point and just push it out, and you're going to see the rest of it. So on this one, I'm looking at the fact that there is a shadow. So if you kind of trace it, and the like with the shadowing, it can like not sometimes not pick it up depending on like how your image is because there's a shadow behind it. The edit points would give me a more precise trace of that because there's so many peaks and things of that nature in there. The trace, some things wouldn't be as sharp. Sometimes it curves it off. So because I wanted a more accurate, I pulled it out so that I can see it. And once I had those set up, I cropped it out so that it's a cleaner trace. Trace is not always the best option because it will curve things, it will remove certain things, it doesn't pick up a lot of the peaks and valleys, and you need to go in and do a trace. When you just trace it, it can give you way too many edit points. And what's going to end up being frustrating is trying to figure out, like someone said, which edit points do I delete? Which edit points do I move? Because it'll give you a whole bunch of them. Do I simplify it? So if you go in and you start to delete points, it scares people sometimes when the image is disappearing and maybe they missed the part where I'm like, it's okay. It can disappear. It's going to come back. It is better for you to create your own points. So rather than trying to adjust what was there from the trace, if you see, I went through and like on each hair, it was only maybe like 3 or 4 points around it. That makes it easier to control. So it's all about you setting the points there to get a more precise trace of it. Edit points can be used to modify things. Edit points can be used to do what's called a manual trace of things. And that's what I was doing here.
Okay, so what I'm getting kind of from what you said is that you cropped it instead of retraced it because cropping would give you the clearer.
Not cropping it, adjusting the edit points myself.
Yeah,
And of course, once you put them in place, the way to remove the other stuff is to crop, but it's not just the cropping part, it's me placing the edit points exactly where I want them. That gave me a clearer trace or more sharper trace.
are we going to go over Ernie again today?
I hadn't, he wasn't the one I had planned on going
Okay.
over, but I mean, I can, as far as just showing it, I wouldn't, it's a lot of spikes to it. Like we can go through part
Yeah.
of it, but I would not go through the whole head of it again. But we can.
Okay. Well, that's all right because I mean, I did watch it twice, but I mean, I'll get the hang of it. It's just I was in my mind thinking why this was this way and this way that way, but I'll get it. But thank you.
So for me, it's not, it's just doing that. Like if you just do it, it's not about, okay, how can I say it? That's a design thing. Like, so learning the edit points and understanding like when to use it in a design are two different things. The focus for many should be on not understanding why or trying to connect the two before like attempting it. It's just to do it. So when you were watching it, you were listening to it, but did you go over the Ernie? Like, did you go through the edit points and do it and put your points and make it contour to it? Or did you just watch it?
I have to still watch it because I don't have the computer do it, whatever.
Okay. So
But
that
yeah,
okay. So I understand where your questions are coming from now, where it's like you're trying to connect all of the dots. Whereas with me teaching it, it's more so about this is a worksheet. This is a practice where it gives you a lot of curves. So some, if you notice, I talk about it where some of them, it is about now getting sharp corners. Some of them, it's a lot of smooth areas and leaving it on smooth. His hair gives you changing it to corners, drastically changing it to create sharp peaks, creating sharp peaks at the corners of his hair. So that is a certain type of practice to get you to moving the edit points. More value comes out of that one when you're able to do it versus trying to understand why I'm doing it and just doing the edit points. Because there's going to be the reasons for using edit points is going to change a million and one times. It's when you understand the power of them and how they can aid you in making different changes. But there's never going to be a set reason why. In this case, it's kind of like I said, it gives us opportunity to practice trace and crop and having more control over where you place those edit points instead of letting trace decide it for you.
Okay, that makes sense. When I come back, when we do, what is it, the fourth quarter?
Mm-hmm.
By then, the computer should be here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will be able to do this that way. But yeah, I was just, because I have used edit points, like I said, with my embroidery, but there is a little bit of difference between them. So yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was just questioning why.
Okay. Judy says knowing when to break path. If you want to separate it. Like that's all break path is for, is you're going to separate it. So if let's say I kind of created something, but I only want one segment of it, I'm going, like when we do the point editing, I may have a circle, but I only really want like this one part. I don't need the rest of it. I'm going to add my anchor points, my points where I want this path to be broken at. I'm going to break path, release compound path. I'm going to delete the rest. So breaking path is when you're trying to separate something from something else. That's another thing where it's no set, it's no set way of, okay, you're going to do this every single time. It just depends on what it is that you're trying to design. Let's say I'm creating a template, like how some people will create a template. If edit points make sense for one person but not someone else, that person that makes sense for with edit points, they're going to maybe like, I'll show you an example. That's one I'll show as a Q&A kind of like example type deal. I'm just going to show this really, really quick. Let's go ahead and I'm going to stop this, reshare it or re-record, share screen. Stop the video. All right. Okay, so let's say I'm making this and this is kind of easy because it is a straight line. You can always make a straight line, but you may end up making a template where it's not going to be a straight line. Like you would have to pretty much draw it out, but these areas are already connected. So I can take one of them, like I need the line here that's going to be like the separator. I'm going to double click. I'm going to break the path. It's technically still connected. It will still move. I'm going to release compound path. This is now a separate piece. Okay. This is a separate piece. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to double click on it. I'm going to click these two. I'm going to break path and I'm going to release compound path. Now I have these two pieces. They're not connected. You have some template makers who won't care about them being connected because they didn't design it for someone to maybe fill it in with a pattern or a color and use it as a print and cut, or somebody filling it in with color just to have that visual. They're going to simply just group it. Now there's an extra one here. Okay. And they might turn this one into a dashed line because that's the that's going to be the preparation or the score mark. And they go in, they're going to group this all together. Now I can never fill this in with any color. If I can't crop. You cannot crop to lines or anything like that. So I could never put something in here unless I'm going to make another box, put it over it, fill it in with color. I'm going to ungroup this. I'm going to ungroup this one. They're separate. But if I were to make them a compound path, they're all one. It still doesn't fill in with color because if I double click on it, I still have red points. Red points mean it's not connected. It's open. I can click on that and I can move it. But once I connect that, here I'm just going to tap it and connect it, it fills with color. So someone may want to break path because they're going to create all their shapes. They're going to butt it up against each other. But now for these, I want to be able to have my score mark there without having to recreate it. And I'm going to break all the points where they meet at, and I'm going to connect them to where it's one continuous thing that someone could fill in with color. I know it seems confusing, but you're not a designer. Well, you may not be a designer at this point. You may not be making templates to that level yet where that's not going to make sense to you. Some of the things that, some of the tools and how we use them, some people will never ever do that because they don't have a desire to make digital files from scratch. They're okay with purchasing a file. But it's important to know the setup because let's say you purchase a digital file. Their intention was not to have it be where someone's going to fill it in with color. They are just a paper crafter. All I need is this to be here. I can resize it. I'm going to put it on my mat. I'm going to cut it from paper. The template doesn't care what color paper I'm cutting it from. But then you get the file and you're someone where, hey, I'd like to make my own custom patterns. I want to fill this in. I want to turn this into a print and cut box for a party. You need to be able to fill it in with a background. You need to be able to fill it in with color. And you need to be able to crop things within that space. You need to know how to do that. And that is making it a compound path and connecting what they have as broken lines from whatever program they designed in. Another way we're broken, when to break the path, let's say I'm creating like pop-ups. If you ever do the pop-up, it's giving you lines that technically have breaks. So let's go here. Where is that pop-up card? Turn it on. Okay. They've changed this because that's not how this was before. But I'm not gonna do that one. But like if I wanted to not have something fully cut out, I would need to break path, release compound path, and delete these. So when it cuts, it's going to cut this open. It's going to technically be a flap. It's not going to fully disconnect it. So with a full on box, it will cut it all the way out. Or I would have had to go here and try and make sure that the line stays straight and then just go like that and double click. If I double click on these, they both look the same way. Gray points because they connect to something, but red points at the top because they don't connect to anything. This line connects to this line, so it's gray. This line connects to this line, so it's gray. These connect to nothing, so they're red. Just really depends on what it is that you're creating. You see how this right here is not fully connected because they don't want it to cut all the way out. There's a break there. This is not fully connected. They didn't want it to cut all the way out. There's a break there. This doesn't connect to here. It could have been a line. There's a break. This at one point was connected. A break was created to where then you turn that line from the break into a perforated line. That's how that pop-up is like for this so that when you open and close it, it's like a pop-up effect. Breaking lines depends on the design that you're creating.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Coming Miss Cheryl, she had a file this was the reason it couldn't add color in all the areas. Okay, well, I'm not sure which section this is. I think this might be part 3 when I put it into the academy. All right. Okay, let's get into the lesson. All right. To access your edit points for anything, you double click on it, right? And you're going to see the edit points. If for some reason you do not see edit points, so I'm going to duplicate this, just so that you guys can see. I'm going to group this one together. And I'm going to make this one a compound path. Clicking on edit points allows you to see or identify how something is grouped or how it's, how it's just like where it has one box. If you double click and nothing comes up, that is a clear indicator that something is grouped together. If you double click on it and edit points comes up, that's one whole edit point. Like maybe not one, it's one whole compound path. If I wanted to break this up in order to make them individual colors, I would have to either do our hack of weld, and that way they stay with their compound paths like the B and the R, or you would have had to, like anyone that doesn't take my classes, the thing that they would end up doing is releasing compound path. There is no ungroup. You're either going to release or you're going to weld so that it separates, but still remains as a compound path. If I release path, all of them are separate now, but I now have to go in and make this a compound path to get the inner parts of the B and the R. Make sense? Whereas with this one, we just ungroup. Now, if I click on the B individually, the U, the C, the whatever, I see the individual lines. Well, I see the edit points on those individual letters. If I wanted to adjust this one by one, I could. And just have to, I'm editing one, click off, double click on the next one, edit that one, double click on the next one, edit that one. Or I can make this a compound path. I double click, all of my edit points are here. So all I have to do is, even though I'm adjusting each letter, I don't have to keep double clicking in it. Once I double click, I'm already like in it. I'm just going to adjust the U, then I'm going to go to the C, then I'm going to go to the C, the A, the N, da, 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 da. I don't have to keep going out like over here. I would double click, adjust. Well, you don't have to double click. Now you don't have to just click on it. On this one, adjust, adjust. Some people are okay with this. Some people prefer it this way. There is no right or wrong. It is a personal preference. And sometimes that preference is just based off of your mood the day that you're designing. Some days I make them all one. Some days I don't. Sometimes you really can't make them all one because it's not a vector. When it's a vector, you can, because once you unwelded or whatever, it's not going to change it. But let's say if I have two images, if I had the Ernie and the Bert, I'm not going to make them a compound path because it's a picture. So for those, I have to, even though they're going on the same project, you cannot make them a compound path and adjust them. Once you make something a compound path, only one of these can still exist. So even though you see where the Bert became Ernie. So they would be something that you individually adjust. To access data points, like I said, you double click. You also can come to this side, it will turn something into, like, you click here and you go like this. Come on now. Click off. Go here. It's going to give you the edit points. Delete that. But it's not going to open up the window. Double clicking turns on the edit points, but it also opens up the window. Just coming here, it will not. You will be able to still click. You can adjust. You can right click and you can make it smooth. You can literally do everything here. You're just not going to see the window. But you can right click on the points and do all of the adjustments. Make it curve, make it smooth, but you have to right click every single time to get to the options. Whereas when you double click and you have this here, if I want it to click, I want it to make it curve, I want it to make it corner, I want it to make it smooth, I want it to break the point, delete the point. I don't have to keep right clicking. It is all in here. I use them. There is no recommendation. I use them at different times. There's some times where I know I just need to make a simple adjustment. I might right click. Well, I guess you'll say that. If I know I'm going to make a lot of adjustments, I'm just going to open this. That way I can make the adjustments just by clicking. Because if you don't, you have to right click for every single change that you make. So it's not really a recommendation. It's just a preference. All right, to understand edit points, we are going to start with just a line. We're going to go to our line tool, which right now mine looks like a polygon. We're going to go to the line and you're just going to make a straight line. That's it. You're now going to double click on this line. If you see your center rotation, just hit O on your keyboard to turn it off. If you click on the red one, it doesn't move any type of way. It's only going to move like this. If you go make curve, make flat, smooth, nothing is going to happen because it's red. It's not connected to anything to do anything. So none of these will change how it moves. You can only click on it and move it. It doesn't matter on both sides. Now, if you click also, if I'm on the edit point, you see it's an arrow. There is a black square with a line going through it. That lets you know that your cursor is over an actual edit point. There is something there, and you're going to click and move. If it shows up as just an arrow with that line, there is no point there. This is how you add a point. You're going to click and it's going to add a point. Now, if I put my mouse over that, that icon has changed to an arrow, they black. We're going to call it an edit point with a line through it. Now that it's in between something and it is gray, these functions now do something. If it was just a line, so it's just flattened, there are no handles. Handles are there pretty much for curves. Handles are not needed when something is just going to be a straight line. You just need to move it to however you want, like the angle you want that straight line to be. There's no adjusting it. There's no changing the angle on it because they're all flat. It's just a straight line. If you go up, it has automatically changed the angle on it. You go down, it's changed the angle on it. You move it over here, you're creating an angle. There's nothing to, so you don't need handles to change the angle or the direction. Even if you add another one, you're creating where it goes up. If you want it to change directions, you're just adding in a point, another point. Curve will give you points. Depending on how this point is set up, it may only give you one side of it, because now if I click on this and let's say this segment right here, I make it flat. When I click here, I only have one handle because this side is set to curve. This side is set to flat. It's not going to move. If I want to adjust this side, I have to make curve. I'm sorry. I have to not make curve. I have to make it smooth so that it gives me a line. And if I still want this side to stay straight, but I want to curve this one, you turn this to a corner point. That allows me to move this side as a curve. This side will still curve, or I can like go in there. I would have to move this one. I can move this one up and kind of just change the angle. But you will run into some where the point before was a corner or a flat. So when you go to make curve, it's not going to always, let's see, let's go make flat. And, oh, come on, not keep trying to add points. I'm trying to grab this one. See, because this one, I told it to make it flat. It only gave me one handle. I can only curve off this side. Also, when you click on an edit point, it is telling you what segment that particular point will affect. This one goes bright red because I told this to be flat. If I wanted this to be a curve, this point, so this segment, I'm telling it that I want this segment to be a curve. So I got a handle only on one side. If I wanted this one, I can tell this now, this segment to be a curve, or I can tell this one go smooth. And that automatically makes, well, see, actually this one still doesn't have a handle on this side because this part technically is still a curve. I mean, still is flat, but because I have this curve here, I can do this. If I go corner, I can change it. This still doesn't move. I can move this up and down, but I cannot control the angle of it just from here. If I want to control the angle, I have to make it smooth to get 2 points, go back to curve, and now I can change this angle without moving it. When it was flat, it's still a curve that's moving, but I had to move the entire point. I can move this without moving the point. So let's go ahead and try that. I'm going to have you guys make a line. I'm not sure if you were playing around with me, but if not, let's make a line again. Double click. Go to make curve. I just want you to play around with it. Move it. Grab the blue. Move that around. This side. When it's smooth, they move together. You're not creating anything. You're just looking at and observing how it moves. If you make it corner, the immediate look of it does not change. However, now when you click on those handles, only one side is going to move. You pull it, you see how it affects it. You come in closer. You'll see the shape that it creates when you shorten the handle versus increase the handle going straight up. If I increase the handle and I come out this way, it's changing it. I shorten it, but come out this way, it changed the shape. There is no rhyme or reason to this. You are moving it to create a specific shape or contour or trace something that's already there. You will push and pull these to contour to that shape. And sometimes you do have to add a point because that curve is too steep or it's too wide, and you may have to add a point to have better control. After making a corner, how can you determine which side will move after making curve? They both move. When you go and you make it a corner, the side that you're on, so this is a curve. Once you make it a corner, they both move. The handle on this side is going to control what it's attached to. This is attached to this side, so it's going to control this side. So for those who are following along, you made your line. Any questions after playing around with your line?
No, not at this time.
Now, if I were to take this and bring it around, it closes off the shape. All right. In the next part, we're going to take a circle and make it a square, take a square and make it a circle using edit points. Can you show your screen? Okay. I'll stop sharing mine. Go ahead.
Sorry, I hadn't set my permission, so I'll wait till later.
Wait, repeat what you said. I didn't hear you.
I didn't set my permissions for sharing, so I'll wait till later.
You didn't you didn't do what for sharing?
Set my permissions for sharing with Zoom.
Oh, you have a Mac?
Yes.
I mean, it's easy. Once you do it, you just kind of use your finger, put in your code, and then you go to it and tell it, you just check it for Zoom, and then it'll allow you to share it. It's not a long
Oh,
process.
there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I was trying to keep this line straight and curve this one. I changed this to a corner point and then put make curve on it, but this side is curving instead of this side, and I only have one handle.
Okay, because all right, you have weight to your line, so you're not really seeing what is being controlled. So click off, click back on it. You have it at a 3. You're not going to really see it. So take it back down to 0. So now, and I guess because it's a little bit lighter on yours. I don't know. My one, if you take it off of there, take it onto the gray part. That may help you see it better because you're on something. Well, I guess maybe not. I don't know why y'all screen. It looks so light on yours. On mine,
Yeah, that's why I added weight to it.
so if you're going to do that, make it a different color. So click on it, make it a different color. That's your fit. Yeah, that one. And add weight.
Oops.
You have 300. You have to take away the 2 zeros. Now double click. Click on the edit point. Click on that bottom one. Now you can see the red. But as red, you're not going to see which one it's controlling. So when you hit make curve, it's going to change that particular point. Here is where an anchor point may help. Click on the red one. Now go to make curve. Now you can change that one because now you have points in between it. Whichever one, when it was just one straight one, me putting those, like when I said it, make curve flat, nothing is going to happen because it was from one point to the next. Now that it connects to something, you can control that now there's a segment there to control. So
Okay.
if you so now you go to that one and now you can see which segment is being controlled, you know which one to click on to make the change that you want to make.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
Did that help anyone else?
Yes, thank you.
This is why it's important to express those things, share those things, ask to share your screen, continue to ask questions, because from what she asked before, I answered it in a certain way, but it took for me to see exactly what you were doing or what you were trying to do. If I go and I just explain it the basic way and you're trying to do something else, I didn't know that your setup was different from mine, where I'm able to see mine. And then also for me on my screen, I can see it. If you guys can't see my line clearly, like if it looks like how it is, how for me, it looked very, very light on her side. If my screen is like that, you guys could let me know that you couldn't see it, because then I can do something like that where I'll just change my line color, make it thicker so that you can actually see the movements. But for me, I can see it clearly, so I wasn't thinking about that. It's things like that that will help make this a better learning environment if you guys are expressing to me what you need to understand it better. Asking questions, offering to share your screen so that I can see what you are doing. I would have just kept talking and just teaching, like, okay, what, I'd be like, well, what do you mean? I don't know how else to explain it. Like, I mean, it is what it is. But then when I see it, you're not seeing the change because you added thickness and your line is still red. That's why it's important for you guys to communicate with me. I mean, for you, so is it best practice to change a line color when point editing? Not for me, but it can be for some to change it, especially if you're going to add thickness and you want to see which segment. I kind of know which segment is which because once you start moving it, you know. But as a beginner, it may be beneficial to you to change the color, especially if you're going to add thickness. Now, just at 0, it's going to operate the same. If red is a color that you can't see on your screen very well, and maybe another color works better for you, change your line colors to that color. I can't say that it's best practice though. All right. So let's go back to share screen. All right, I'm going to do it the first time so you can just see what we're doing, and then we'll do it together. I'm going to come over here to my drawing tools. I'm going to click on the first one, which is a rectangle, but I'm going to hold down shift and I'm going to make that a square. I'm going to come back over here, grab the ellipse tool, hold down shift, make that a perfect circle. I'm going to come up here and just make them both. Let's just do 5 inches, 5 inches. 5 inches, 5 inches, and I'll take a page from Karen's book, and I will make this a different color, as well as add some weight to it. I don't know if that's gonna be the best color, but hey, we'll see. Then I'm going to duplicate them. Fill them with color. Actually, I'm gonna do different colors. And for this one, I'm going to make my square a circle. And then the next time I'm going to make my circle a square. So I'm going to make sure that this one is brought to the front. And I'm going to take down my transparency some. I'm going to take these two and center them. Double click on my square. I'm going to hold down shift, move my mouse away from it, click and drag over it. So I'm got my marching ants. Under my edit points, I'm going to say make curve. It's not perfect because it was a square, so it's not a perfect circle. With this one, we're just going to double click. Yeah, so I clicked off, double click. I'm going to bring it in to the circle that's on the screen. And I'll actually also change my line color to orange. Now you're going to move these edit points up, down, around in an attempt to get it to conform to the circle. Sometimes it's not about moving it. It can be in the right position. You may need to shorten that handle instead of just moving it. I'm going to shorten this one and kind of move it out. I may have to come back in here and move it back in. Click on this one, move it in some. And it may not end up being a perfect circle, but it'll be close enough. And sometimes it will move in when all you're trying to do is shorten it. So just be mindful of that. And actually, I probably think I need to come out versus shortening it. This one needs to be shortened. And I now have a fairly, like, to the naked eye, it just looks like a circle. No major, like, changes to it. We know that it's not a perfect circle because this side says 4.993. This side says 5.002. So we know it's not perfect, but it looks like a full-on circle. And then the next one is going to be, I love properties droppers for this. I'm going to go here, boom, here, boom, so that I have the different color inside as well as the different line color. I'm going to click and bring my circle to the front, center them, take my circle and decrease my transparency a little bit here so I can see through it. Double click, hold down Shift, drag and select over them all. Come over here to my point editing, and I'm going to make them all flat. I could rotate it and try and resize it, but because we are working on edit points, in the real world of designing, yes, it would make more sense to just rotate it and resize it. But this is about perfecting edit points. So we can't try and figure out, well, why not just, this is not about designing, this is about edit points. So we now want to click off, double click, take this point and bring it here. Take this point and bring it down, this point and bring it here, this one and bring it up. Just to get used to moving your edit points around and putting them in specific places. Is it a total square? 5.023, 5.036. It's not. But it's about moving the edit points around. Okay? So now we're going to do this together. Actually, I'm going to change it first before I duplicate it. So if you have yours, remember, change the color, add weight, make the line colors 2 different colors. And then fill it in with the color. Once it's filled in, we're going to go ahead and duplicate it. Let's do the easier one first. Click on your circle. Right click. And bring it to the front. Select them both. You can go up to the top. You're going to see this little bullseye and center them. Click off anywhere on the screen. Click on your circle and decrease your transparency. If you really want to see through the lines, you can also go to your line color and decrease that transparency also to see where it lines up with the line. You're then going to double click, hold down Shift, click and drag over all the points. They will go from gray to white and make flat. All of your handles go away. The points are still white, but now you don't have any of the lines and like the handles with the blue square on the end. You have to click off and then click back on because they're all white. If you click on one and move it, it's just going to move the whole thing because they're all selected. So you have to click off and double click back on it so that all the points are gray. And you can click on one of them and move. Move, move, and move. Not too bad that time. 5.011 and 5.09009. That one wasn't too bad. Once you have it, say done. If you have any questions, let me know.
Done.
Awesome, awesome.
Done.
Thank you, thank you. If you're not able to participate live, please let me know in the chat so that I know how many people I am waiting on. So don't have to, I need to see it in the chat. So if you can put that so that I just kind of know. So I know like how many people or so that I'm like, waiting on to see they're done when we're doing things.
Done.
So if you're not able to participate, let me know in the chat. Okay. Now we're going to work on taking the the square, and making it a circle. All righty. We're going to, I already changed my line color and my fill color. Same thing. You're going to click on it and just make sure that you bring that to the front. Drag and select. And center. Or right there. Oh, wait, you can do arrows too. Oh, this annotates kind of cool. Right there, it's center. Okay. We're going to right click I'm sorry, not right click, double click to bring up edit points. Ooh, this one gave me 4. Is it because I have line thickness? Okay, no, there it is. I was like, wait, why did I get 4 edit points? I was like, wait a minute now. I had to click off because that was the edit points from the circle, but I should only have 4 edit points. So if you saw more than 4 edit points, click off and then double click again. We're going to hold down Shift, click, and drag to turn all the points to white. And then you're going to click Make Curve. Click off anywhere on your screen and then double click on it again and pick one of the points. Doesn't matter which one you start with, but you should have 4 points somewhere on your screen. You're going to select one of those and pull it in, lining it, trying to get that green edge with my blue edge. And I'm just going to bring that in for all of these. Try and keep it kind of like where it is and just bring it straight towards it so that you kind of keep the same distance. Because if it's off a little bit, it does affect how you make the circle. Then you're going to start to move your handles, whether it's out, down, moving it in. You're just going to adjust your handles and do not stress on, I'm moving this handle. Okay, I got this right where I want it, but then this one moved because this is still connected to this side. The distance, the size, the length of this handle will still affect this segment. You have to make them work together and figure out what's going to be the perfect distance or perfect movement for them to give me this kind of, like, to give me the circle. So that one, I'm going to just bring it in a little bit. Maybe push this one out, push in. Pull this one out. And it may take for you to also even move the actual edit point. Handles will adjust the segments, but when you click on the point and move it, the handles stay where they are, and you're adjusting the entire point, up, down, moving it. And we are not using corner for this. This is using smooth. In the real world, would you maybe use corners? Maybe. But with this one, the exercise is to understand moving it on smooth. And then you just let me know when you're done. How do you change the edit point to white? You click on it. It's gray when it's not selected. It's white when it's selected. So whether you click on it, it becomes white, or you drag and select, it becomes white. White means that is the point that is a point or points that is selected. Okay, I see some dones. Awesome, awesome.
Done.
Okay, another done. Whether you are working along with us or not, the floor is open now to raise your hands, ask questions, or put it in the chat and unmute and ask your questions on this particular exercise. If there are no questions, once I reset, we're going to go into the actual images and starting to work on those. All right. Moving on. So we can start here. I'll just kind of somewhat do, well, his is a little bit more complicated. They're kind of set up the same way, but he has less hair. So it'll probably be a little bit quicker on this one than on the other one. Okay. Oh, still working, but getting the hang of it. Okay. So yeah, just practice on that. So if you want to focus and pay attention to what we're doing now, and then that is something that you can go back into and you can practice turning the square into a circle and just kind of getting it to round out. So I'm going to go over here to trace, select trace area, place my box. I don't know why I deleted my duplication of this. I'm going to increase my threshold. And I'm going to trace and detach. Ooh, don't have his ear, but that's fine. This one actually did pretty good. Not too shabby on this one. Now, if I add line to this, this is where I don't really recommend having line thickness. Okay? I don't recommend having line thickness because it's going to make it thick and it's going to cover up certain areas and you may not really see what needs to be adjusted. So if I were to add, let's say 3 to this, one that's way too big. Let's go 1. It looks, the line is going to make it seem like it is closer to the edge than it really is. Because if I had this at 0, we can see how far away it is. This is where zooming in is going to be the best course of action to see where that line is versus trying to do everything like this. I do find that many have difficulty in doing this because they're trying to see the entire image. You don't need to see the entire image in order to do point editing because you are working in segments. And eventually you're going to see the whole thing. So if you are someone to where you're trying to see it all, try to zoom in. And I promise that might make your life a whole lot easier in seeing where those points are. Now, this did not have a whole lot of going on. So when I double click on it, I don't have a lot of edit points. They are in some really, really good, like key areas. Didn't give me a whole lot. Perfect. I can adjust this from the edit points that are there. They have them like, right here at the corners, like where angles change at. Now they may need to come in a little bit or whatever, but for the most part, it's not too many points on this. It's going to be perfect to adjust. If you zoom in, where those pixelated areas are, the regular tracing will have this to where you print it on paper, you do a print and cut. Man, why do I have this white? Because this may not show up, as like gray on your print and cut, but because you have it on white paper, when you cut it, it's going to be like that white is going to stand out. It's not going to cut right on, like right into the colored part so that you don't see white. Sometimes it's not your print and cut that's the issue. It's that you did a trace and zoomed out. It looked perfect. You didn't zoom in to see the little imperfections like this. You may not need to go in and adjust the placement of the handles. It might just be click and just pull it down and just move them back. Point editing does not always mean that you have to adjust the handles. Sometimes it's just pushing and pulling them. So right here, I could mess with the handles, or I'm just going to add a point and bring that in. You do not have to adjust the edit points every time you click on it, outside of maybe just pulling them in or out. So this one is corner. It's a smooth. I'm going to make it a corner just so that I can move it. Now, I'm showing this, and what I want you guys to take away from this is the instructions, the directions, the concept of it. Your trace is not guaranteed to have the same exact edit points that I have. So if you're trying to follow along, or it's like, oh, my trace didn't come out like yours, I don't have an edit point there, it's not going to be the same. Every system is different, and your points may be in different spots, but the goal is still the same: in eliminate wherever you see those grayish pixelated areas and try and bring those points as close to, maybe even cutting into the color. Because even this will show up kind of pixelated. I may want to move this so that I don't have any of those pixelation, any of that pixelation. So right in here on mine, because this point is here and it's going out, this point is coming out here. This has a wave to it. I don't need a wave. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to pull it up and then pull the whole thing down. Okay. Let's see. Good afternoon. Just joining. Where the images are all in your downloads. It's under week 3, day 20, edit points. So it's in your 30-day downloads, week 3. It'll say day 20, edit points. Edit points can be easy when you practice them. I've been technically doing edit points for 26 years because it's the same as the points in the pen tool, in Photoshop, and Illustrator. It just takes practice to just understand them and know that they're your friend. They're there to help you get cleaner traces. Yeah. I'm going to go through kind of sort of again. Well, that one, it takes a long time. So kind of doing it as I do, I'm going to let you guys kind of do it and, let me know if you have any questions or any concerns. I'm not going to go through the entire body, but there are places where you could still improve the edit points and even use corner to adjust them. We're not going to go through all of that, just due to time, but that's a part of your homework, is going in and really cleaning up these images. So did you simplify BERT before you start? No. As I stated before, with this one, I did not have to. So I double clicked and showed that this particular one, for me, when it traced, I did not have a lot of edit points. If for some reason you trace yours and you have an excessive amount of points, then you're going to want to simplify. Everybody's trace is not going to be the same. I can technically trace this again from the BERT that's here, and I might end up with edit points in different places. Depending on where you put your threshold. So when I did mine, I tried to make sure I didn't have anything like extra, just the outline. So let's say I kind of went here. Oh, shoot, not trace. Dang it. Undo. Trace and detach. So whereas on the other one, I didn't have all these extra points around his ear. I think it was like 1. Let's see, where is it at? Yeah, I had 1 here, 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A couple of extra ones in here. I think his hair pretty much is like they're in the same spot. This is the same spot, but I got slightly different around his ears. Let me see something. If I go there, I don't even know if the trace quality will end up changing, because that wasn't like this whole trace quality thing was not in the other versions. That's another thing. Your version will probably change how yours trace and how many edit points you have and things of that nature. Few clusters here. That's kind of sort of the same. The ear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it has 7. And so let's say, like, even if I were to simplify this, I lose some and it puts them in different places. I still have 2 here. You could always, if you feel like it's too many, select them, delete the point, and say, okay, I want to just add a point where I think the middle of the ear is. I'm going to bring it out myself and I'm going to adjust it. So I think someone asked that question. You definitely can delete points to minimize them. So whereas the other one, I think it still had 5. I just did his ear with only 3 points. Here on the other one, it was a little bit smoother. Here, I can see that I have some white there. This line is not controlled by here. I mean, I can use this, but I'm going to go here and adjust that some. So let me know when you're done with the hair. Not trying to adjust the whole thing. We're just focusing on his hair. Yeah, see now Trace really didn't give me a whole lot. Like I think the last one, I think maybe the issue was it gave me too many of them, or just a matter of like tracing and cropping. This one didn't give me a lot of edit points on this one. So wouldn't have to do too much adjusting on that. I did it the first time, then I said, okay, now it's your guys' turn to work on it. And then, of course, let me know if you had any questions. I'm just trying to see something, y'all. Don't worry about moving on to this part just yet. It's just me testing something. Okay. All right. Oh, I was trying to see. Did it do it? No, it didn't. I didn't realize it didn't do it. All right, let's. I thought I hit trace and detach. I guess I didn't. So yeah, this one, when we do this one, has a lot of edit points. We don't need all of those points. Simplify still has a lot of points. So Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to go back that far. All righty. Questions, comments, concerns, inquiries.
I had to restart my software after we separated Ernie and Bert from the background. What are we doing with the edit points?
Well, so for the sake of this class, I only had you go around the hair, in case you had any questions, but you can go around and you're basically zooming in to clean it up because there's going to be sections where there's pixelated areas and you're just cleaning it up with your edit points.
Okay.
All of these really are like just basic cleanups. This is the only one where you end up using your edit points to completely separate it because we don't trace this because you can't trace it because of the colors. So this is one to where everything that you're learning throughout the other ones, you're going to be able to apply it to here. Although, I mean, you can somewhat, so you can't go all the way up to get here. Now, technically you could trace and detach it, but I don't really want you to do that and then just work on bringing this back in. But this is one to where the assignment will be to go around with your draw polygon. And once you have it completely traced out, you're going to crop it out, crop it. So, but everything else is pretty much, you're going to trace it and then you're just going to clean up. All right. Next on the docket, we're going to do cars, okay? Now, I challenge you to kind of do this sort of the same way where you can use your edit points. And this is one where if you, I'm going to turn my line color on, okay? I'll make it 0.25 just so you can, oh, I guess you can't see it that way. 0.5, hopefully you can see it that way. You can always do this right from here. No tracing, no adding other stuff, no tracing crop. And how you can remove this is to double click. You're going to add a point, click and move it. We know there's something over here. Add a point, move it up, add a point, and you're just going to keep moving these points around. They are going to be straight. It's not curved yet. I know that this is a curved image. The purpose of this is not necessarily to have the curves. It's just to place your edit points. Uh-oh. You add a point, move it back. And once you have the points, this of course is going to be very, very choppy. You hold down shift, you drag and select all of the points. You're going to tell it, make it curve. I always kind of double click on, I go through all of them. I recommend just going through all of them, especially as a beginner. Double click on make it smooth, double click on corner, click off. So now it's smooth. It's not straight lines. You then double click and you've now contoured that box around it. You're going to do the same thing as you would do, if it was a trace and you're cleaning up. You're going to push and pull to contour around it because you have your edit points in key areas. You're just making slight movements to it to get it to contour. Sometimes you may have to pull it out just to see where it is, because when you make it a corner, it may dig in too much. So normally if I do this route, I do kind of pull it out, pull it back in, just to make sure that I'm not, too far into the image. Come on. Oh, whatever. I deleted that one. It's okay. So this is an exercise to learn to fully, like, you can probably do this. It's less curves than the unicorn. This may be your practice one for the unicorn. But you have to practice. And it's okay sometimes to cut into the image if it's going to make the shape look better. And sometimes when you add a point, it won't be corner. You have to right click or go to the point editing window and make it a corner. All right, so I'm not going to do the whole thing on this just so you can see. So I did half of it. The other way to practice this is to kind of have it already do, like, let's say you have an image and you get a great trace around it, but you really only needed to remove like this shadow at the bottom. You may not need to take the time to trace the whole thing. So if I go and take this one and I'm going to increase my threshold and I'm going to go trace and detach. Oh, I have some gaps there. It's okay. I didn't take it up high enough. I can tell there's an opening. We're just going to make this, and up here. So if I move it, you see how I'm left with like these little pieces here. That's going to affect how this looks. If for some reason you ever do a trace and detach and you double click and it doesn't move it, right click and just ungroup. Literally this little piece right here was grouped to it. It was separate right on mine. That's how yours may not do that, but on mine, it was this little piece right here. But now if I double click, I look at all the edit points that are here. So I'm going to simplify it. Still have way too many. Sometimes no matter how much you simplify, it just has too many. And this is a good, so tracing this particular one is going to give you the practice of holding down shift. I don't need all these points. Delete point, add a point to bring it back. Oh, wait, I don't have line. I normally don't operate with line colors on, so I keep forgetting to turn them on. And then you're just going to add the points and adjust them. Make it a corner. Corner. Or you can add a couple of points, select them all, and then make them a corner before you, instead of doing them individually. That part is up to you. It's personal preference. When I'm sitting here, depending on if I just, don't have anything to do, sometimes I'll do them individually. Sometimes I will, do a whole bunch of points, select them and delete or add points and make them all a corner point. There is no right or wrong. That is personal preference. That is based off of your mood. A lot of things will affect when how I maneuver when it comes to my edit points. So ones like this, where you can barely see the handles, if you keep moving it, you're going to keep adding points. This is a trick or a hack. If that happens to you, go ahead and just go make curve, make smooth, make corner. It will most times it will increase and move those handles out. And then you're able to just move them. Okay. And then let's say you got perfect around here. In some images that you will do, you may have a perfect trace around the outside, but you may have areas that you want to remove. I'm going to select this, delete point, hold down shift and select these and delete point. Instead of me trying to move the points that are there, it is easier and less complicated to just delete what is there, add my own points in key areas and adjust those. Because if they have 5 points there and you're trying to move those 5 points and figure out where they need to go, but comes out you only needed 2, it's going to make you very frustrated. So for me, if I'm doing this, I'm just going to delete those points. Do not freak out that, yeah, it is going to seem like it's changing your design. It's moving things around, like you're losing certain areas. However, you're going to click. And like I said, see, you add a point, it goes to smooth. Make it a corner. You may even not need to add another point. So on this, I know I'm going to need a point here because I know that that changes there. I might put a point in the middle. So it's not a long distance adjustment. So here, when I added that, I don't have a handle. Yes, it happens. I may have made this adjustment. I had it perfect, right where I wanted it to be. But then, shoot, I go to adjust the other. Oh, it is there. I thought it wasn't here. I was going to say, you may have to make it a corner again. I mean, make it smooth, a curve again, and it's going to mess this up. But I do see the handle. It's just way out here. Haha. So I'm going to pull this back and look at when I pull this down. When I put this here, I thought I was right in the corner. I'm not. I'm cutting into the design. So I need to pull this down, put it right here, and now I have to readjust. If your frustrations comes in because you feel like you have to keep readjusting, that's not a you thing. It's not that you're not getting it. I sit here sometimes and I have to make minute and very fine changes all the time. It's not I mean, of course, I'm not going to bring complicated images to a beginner class, but when I'm doing these for pictures or menus, I have to move stuff. I have to make very, very small, minute changes, things kind of getting into crevices. So as you're building and increasing, you're going to see images that are a lot more complicated. But for a beginner's one, I gave you guys, supplied beginner friendly things to trace. Now on your own, and you're doing your own designs, it might be a little bit more complicated than this. Everything is not going to be as easy as the images that I have presented, but this is also ideal for beginners. And this is how you learn to truly navigate them, doing simple, easy to maneuver and adjust, that you get the concept, down packed. And when you have those more complicated ones, you're just going to sit and enjoy the ride of, okay, we're just going to click here and move and move and move because I know that I have to do this. And so you see how this one is. Sometimes both of the handles are pointing in the same direction. Just click on it and move. Now, sometimes I'm going to purposely move this like this, right? So it looks like, okay, we're here. Like, let's say this one was here. I did not know. I promise you, I did not know which one was which. I always just click on one and move it because this could have very well been like this. Not going to know. So if I take the top one and I move it, I'm moving this side. Well, actually, I'm not going to say that. It does kind of sort of tell you, but not really tell you. But if I click and this one starts moving, okay, I don't want this one. I'm going to move this side. And you can move it from here. Do you have to go all the way back around? No. It's going to eventually still come out to this side. So sometimes it will end up where your handles are facing the same direction and you just have to move them. Okay. So this one, trace it manually. The other one, trace and detach. Even though you have this up here, the focus would be removing the shadow manually. And then like in here, where I did not get a great trace, I have all these edit points. I'm not about to move all of this. Some people will go and try and move. No. Hold down shift, select all these points, delete them, double click, add a point, and then adjust and move. This image is purposely not that great because the goal is to trace around those not so great areas. Okay. So, questions, comments, inquiries, need to have it on the recording so you can go back. Now would be the time for that.
So
I'm
the
sorry, I've been fast today. Now I can hear you. Yes.
so the difference between with the car, the difference between the two ways that you did it was the first way you just took the square that was around it and started adding more edit points around it, then took it into smoothing it out and then adjusting. The second way you did it was you just did basically a trace like we did with Ernie and Bert, and then went through deleting points that you didn't want and then adjusting around the image.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Bevy Jean, then Judy Brown, then Judy Bird.
Let's see, where you were doing that trace and detach, and you said something like if it didn't move, you need to ungroup and trace again. Can you do that real quick again? Sorry.
Wait, I don't know. If you say if it didn't move, I need to. So when I double clicked, I can't really. It may not happen this time. So when I double clicked, I did not get edit points. So I just ungrouped it because that means something. Remember when I showed the Buccaneers, if you double click and you don't get edit points, that means something is grouped. When something is grouped, you don't see edit points. You just ungroup and then double click again, and you should see the edit points because normally and I was just showing that when I did it, there happened to be a little part that's there. You didn't really see it. There was nothing there. You just so happened to see the box pop up. So I clicked off, double click back on it, and the edit point showed up for the cars.
Okay, because I think
recreate. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking, I think I've had that problem before, and that might have been what it was. What you just talked about. That's why I wanted to have it clarified. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, if you when you watch this back, that was the first thing that I said when we went through the Buccaneers one. So I kind of preferenced that because I knew that could come up. So that's the same. So what happened with that? Yes, that was a trace, but it's still the same thing that I explained with the Buccaneers, if it is grouped or if it is a compound path. So I was like, edit points allows you to see how something is set up. The same thing will apply when it comes to a trace. Whenever you double click and you don't get edit points, know that something is grouped to it and you have to ungroup, whether it's a trace or words, SVG, whoever, whatever.
Yeah, I think that's the issues I've been having. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Judy, I'm guessing Judy Bird's question got answered by Bevy Jean question. Yes, Judy Brown.
Yes, I was looking away when you did this, so I apologize. I was still working on Bert's hair. The first with the first card, did you put a square around it and then using the square edit points went around the card?
It's already a square. Anytime you bring a picture in a JPEG, PNG, it's automatically
Oh,
just a
okay.
square. So I just
Okay.
double clicked it, but what I
Ah,
did was just add line color because it's
okay,
a
dope.
so nothing's on there. So
All
I just
right.
the line color so that I can see it at
Mhm.
the point and then just started moving them closer
Got
to
it. Got it. Got it. That's the part I missed. All right. Thanks.
okay. Anyone else? Yes, Karen.
Is that just another way of, you know how when you bring some images in, they have that um clear background in it, empty space. Is using those edit points just another way that you could do that as opposed to just cropping it, cropping that or tracing that empty space out?
It's a long way of doing it. Sometimes it is needed, but most times, especially if it's transparent, you should be able to just do a trace and detach on it because as you adjust your threshold, it's going to contour to them. This particular image, it's purposely a bad image that has jagged lines to where a trace and detach, and as you trace it, it's going to pick up on that. You're still going to have to make adjustments. So it's not an alternative to or a different way of doing it. Most times, if it's a transparent background, because it's a PNG, a trace and detach will get the majority of it done. And then you may have to go in and clean up some areas, but it's not something that you immediately go to because, of course, that's going to take way more time to go around it for most people. But it is an option if needed.
Okay. Thank
It's
you.
great practice. If nothing else, it's a great practice. That's why I show both ways. Neither one is right or wrong. They serve different purposes of practice when these situations come up for you in the real world.
Okay. Thank you.
Judy Bird.
My question, sometimes I see you draw a circle around what you're going to remove the edit points or add edit points to. You'll draw a circle and fill it with color and then kind of remove the color. Is that kind of the same theory as having this box around it, the
Not
car?
really, but that is what's coming up next. So the car was a PNG. It already had the box there. So again, it's for the like what I'm showing here is not okay. We have to understand I'm not teaching you do this for this, do this for that. I'm giving you different ways to practice using the edit points. Don't try to connect it necessarily to when you would use it. This right now is not about when you will use something. I'm giving you different scenarios that may come up, and this is how you can do that. And it just provides you another way. I could literally trace I can trace what the heck is his name? Lightning McQueen out of this a couple of different ways. Because he has curves, I could have started with the circle, cropped him down, but I was showing you can take the circle, the box that's there, move it around, and then then adjust it. Everything here is about practice, not a do this if this, do this if that. It's just a different way of using the edit points, because you never know how they're going to come up in the real world, like in your, once you're out of this class.
Okay, that answers that. Thank you.
So I'm gonna show you that with the unicorn, with making a circle, and kind of break down why I'm doing it that way. So if you wanted to do this, like let's say you can practice this with just the box, you can practice it with trace and detach, you can practice it with doing a regular trace and crop, you can start with the circle and then move them around. You can do all of those different things to trace out Lightning McQueen. Now, when we get to the unicorn, I am going to explain, like in that situation, why I would do that one for that particular image, but it doesn't mean that's the only way, because I could technically do a trace and detach and only focus on doing the white star, because that's not going to trace. Or I can, with me showing you how to do that, the goal of that is not to do it the fastest way. The more you work on it and you do it the long way, you are spending more time doing the edit points, and it gives you more practice and more repetition, and then you start to understand them. It's right now, I'm not teaching the easiest way to do something, the fastest way to do it. I'm making sure that you have ample practice with edit points.
Okay, well, that answers the question. I just was wondering when, like, certain times you do it one way, certain the other. So I understand the theory.
Mm-hmm. Last call. Okay. And that'll transition us into this one. So this one was more so about like where you can use, so like for this one, you can use, oh, come on. Move this out of the way. Let's exit out. Can't see this. Instead of like starting off with the circle, like there's a lot of sharp points to this. I could use my draw polygon to start this off, and I'm going to add a point, come in, and I'm going to kind of like manually trace this, and I can quickly move around this and add these points to it. Now, when we get here, of course, there's some curves, so I can't switch it. This, like in Photoshop, you will be able to change the type of point that it is. In here, oops, not so much. And that's okay. I can't go back. You cannot undo. You cannot click off. If you do, you can't pick it back up. So I wanted to put a mark right here. It didn't, but that's okay. I'm going to still put this edit point right here and then close it off. Now, the one that it misfired and it didn't click, I'm just going to now click on this and bring it back. Hold down Shift, drag and select just the bottom ones, because everything else is a straight line. Make it curve, make it smooth corner, click off. And now I'm going to, then you would adjust them once you had it where you want it, select it, modify, and then crop it down. It's going to remove the background, and it's going to be right where those edit points are. So that would be a way to do that, with taking your polygon and kind of going around it to quickly put them in places where they need to be, make the adjustment, and then crop instead of doing a trace and detach. Now up here, the majority of this is curves. Could you kind of do the same thing and trace and detach it? Like, well, go around with the polygon and go like this. You definitely could. So if you decided, that's why I said there's so many ways. There's no right or wrong. It's just about which method you want to practice on. You can be someone, let's say you've mastered it one way, but whenever it comes to like doing it this way, you struggle. If you have the time, it's like, okay, I know I can do it this way and it's faster, but I really need some more practice. So I'm going to take the time to do this the longer way so that I get that practice in. So if it was, you're still not like, okay, I get everything else, I'm not connecting. I struggle with knowing where to put my edit points. That is one of the things that I see, like when I'm asking about edit points. Oh, I don't know where to put them. Force yourself to do a design where you are kind of looking to see where you're putting them at and how easy or hard like it makes it, like after you have all the points. Then maybe go back to that same exact one, choosing different areas to put them in to see, oh, okay. And although this seems short, and the first time I just put an edit point right here and an edit point right here, and I tried to adjust it, it took too much adjusting. So the next time you do it, let me try putting one point in the middle to break this up. Oh, okay, that did make this a little bit easier. The more that you do that, just practicing it, or like I said, even if you need it for an order, if you have a little bit of cushion of time, doing it the long way so that it's making sense, like from image to image to image to image. So like I said, you can go around this and put them in certain places, or we could trace it. I'm going to pull this up to get the leaf right here. And I'm going to go trace and detach. All of the parts here at the top of this, they are not there. Double click. Click and bring those out. And just move those points around. You want to see it. Yes, it even like this point could have been in the perfect position, but it's okay to move it because now we're just going to add a point and pull it here. And you're now going to add points, pull a point here, put it in the middle, add one there, put one at the top. And you're just going to, we know that this star has all sharp points. So we have up, down, up, down, up, down. So we're just going to place our edit points to go up, down, up, down, up, down. And we know that they're all straight. This is where that question for anchor points comes in at, right? So this right here needs to be curved. This right here needs to be curved. Did not realize I didn't put my phone on do not disturb. This needs to be, okay, so this part, I'm going to go corner so I can adjust this. This part's going to be straight. This doesn't come right to the edge of the star to where that's going to be a straight point. It actually is at a curve, but I know I'm going to need this to be straight. I'm going to add an anchor point so that it doesn't change it. I'm going to add an anchor point so that when I click on these and I go make flat, it's not affecting this line. I'm going to come on this side, select all of them up to this point right here. I'm going to make them flat. It doesn't affect this line. If I did not put that additional point there, when I made it flat, it could have ruined all the work that I've done because it's going to change the angle on the other side of that. So that's where anchor points, like that's why we call them anchor points. You're stopping like the adjustment right there. Now that these are flat, I'm just going to now move them. I don't have to do very much, just making sure that they're in a place to where I only see the white and no pink. So we don't want these to be curves and have to go corner and adjust it because it's still going to have some curvature to it. We're just going to go like this. And then this is where, we're working on speed and efficiency. Do a regular crop, especially if the crop, like, we didn't really need this to be right to the edge. It may not be a print and cut. Maybe you are going to add an outline around it anyway. We just didn't want the stars. So I can have this I can go in, put an offset. I'm going to drop this down some. And I wanted it to still be the pink anyway. I just don't want the stars. So not every time does it need to be right to the edge. You have to make the decision on what you do with edit points, how you modify it, depending on how you plan to use it. So I wouldn't need to waste, like it'll be a waste of my time to go in and move everything around, get it super, super tight, super, super close to the edge when I'm about to put a pink outline around it anyway. I just needed to make sure that I can see the star. And now my pink outline, you're not even going to know that there's some pink here because the outline, I sampled that color. It's the exact same color. Make sense?
Yes.
Ow, something flew in my eye. So this would be one like for efficiency, trace and detach. We're only focusing on the star. But now if we're focusing on, okay, I know that I need to practice the method of utilizing a shape. This is all curves. Yeah, we have this part, but the majority of it is simply curves. This is where we start off with a circle because that's going, every time we add a point to a circle, it's going to give us basically a curved point. Whereas if I started off with just the box, everything is straight and I have to make it curve. But if I start off with the circle, everything is going to be a curved point when I add a point. We add color because it's easier to select it by double clicking. If I did not have color, every time I double clicked in the middle of this, I would be selecting the original image. Without color, you have to get right up on the line. Like let's say you have to click off, click back on. You would have to click right on that line in order to select it. But by filling it in with color and taking your transparency down, that is still a solid shape. So if I double click, my edit points are on the circle, not on the image. So then now I'm going to move them. And when I add a point, you see it already has handles. I wouldn't have to make it a curve and then smooth and then corner. It's already a curve. So I would go in and the same thing, we're still putting them in strategic places. You're still going to have to go in and, adjust them more. Or you can choose to, instead of going around and placing all the points first, you're going to click here and you're going to change each one individually to a corner. Uh-oh. And you're going to adjust them one by one. You're going to add them one by one as you're going around the image. If that is your preference in doing this, that is fine. Sometimes your edit points are going to be very far out. Zoom out or move or pan, and you're going to adjust it. So you can do it one by one, or you can go in, add those points in all of those areas that it needs to be in first. And then you can either manually trace around this first and then do the star the same way I did before. So you wouldn't have to, like, right now worry about putting all of those points because it's so small. You may just put kind of like one up there, or maybe even just bring it down. Now you're going to work. See, I didn't even go around my flower technically because I can always come back to that. So now that you have them, hold down shift, drag and select them all, and you're going to make them all corner points at one time, and you don't have to go back and do them individually. Click off, pick a point, and start working. Each one, there are so many different ways to use edit points. This class, these exercises are to get you to practice the various ways to use edit points. And you can, if you have time, if you have an image and you want to practice every single method of edit points on that one image, you can do that. So you'll go around it. Once you have it in place, you would select it, modify, and crop. And then now that I have the majority of it, I don't have to like worry about that. Now, let me add a few anchor points, pull this one out, way out here. And now that I can see it, I can start working on just this part. Or maybe you wanted to get rid of the flower. Sometimes that is the point of edit points, to get rid of something. So if you did not want the flower, you would go ahead and mask that off, cut it off here. And then this part right here, you would have to create a shape to make that pink, make this white, and that flower is gone. Point editing can be used for so many things. So does your pink outline now have the edit points? Everything. This is a vector-based program. Any and everything you have in this program technically has an edit point. Everything has an edit point because everything is a shape. The difference is if it's contoured or if it's not. So if your question is it a contour? Like, is it contoured to it? Yes. And you're going to have a bunch of edit points around it as well. Kind of like in the same strategic, like in the same areas. Everything is going to have edit points.
Thank you.
It's a vector-based program. You're welcome. Questions on the unicorn. Like I said, we're not going through everything as a I do, we do. I went through a couple of them to where I'm working with you so that you understand and you can, ask the questions. This is your homework. So these are not classwork. A lot of these are going to be your homework assignments, and you should be posting that you remove the unicorn, maybe even add a little offset, remove the shadow. Like, you're going to show all of them edited, of course, doing them with point edits. Any question on the unicorn before we go to Buccaneers and making those straight lines? So actually, let's take a quick little break, even from questions. We've been in this for about 2 hours now, right? So I'm going to stop the share, turn on the camera. So about 2 hours now, we've gone over a lot of point editings. I want to hear from you guys. Like, what are your thoughts now? I know some people still say I make it look easy, but what are your thoughts now? Let's kind of talk through this a little bit. Take a breather from just all of the information being thrown at you. And now let's process it. Let's have some dialogue about point editing. Anyone?
This was good. It's a lot. I've still been trying it, but this was just a lot more helpful, like starting with the simple shapes like just this, like at the beginning, the simple circle, changing the circle to a square and vice versa. So that was a lot helpful. I mean, I've tried doing it for like, something I made for one of my grandkids or something. And I mean, I'm telling you, it probably took me about 5 days to do that one little thing. And I mean, I got it done, but
You would have liked to
it
have been able
wouldn't
to
have
do it faster.
right,
That's
right.
the
And
thing it
no,
is.
like one of the other ladies had mentioned knowing, which point to, I think that was a lot of my confusion too, knowing what point does what and when to use this curve or when to use this corner and stuff like that. So this is going to be some good practice for me tonight.
Awesome. Karen.
This gave me a more in-depth look at editing points. I used to teach my kids in school how to use the polygon and the polycurve tool to actually take an image and recreate it piece by piece. But this gave me a different perspective of the tool, of how to not only just use those tools, but to use the because I would teach them that the
Uh-oh, you went out. Your audio went out. All we heard was we would teach them to, and then it went out. Oh, my arm is itchy. Oh yeah, something happened with your audio. Is it me? Does anybody else hear? Is it me, or so I'll know, check my speaker? Because it went out for me. I don't hear anymore.
Her audio went out.
Can you hear
I
me
can hear
now?
you.
Can you
Okay.
hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my microphone went out. Teaching them the anchor points themselves and how to just move them around and use the handles. But I didn't think in terms of like cropping things out, taking backgrounds off. It was basically a tool that I had them use to actually create the different sections to creating the shapes to actually create a whole image.
Okay. Yeah, that's how I really like before remove.bg. That's how I would remove complex backgrounds is I'm going around it, and then I crop it down. Now I have remove.bg and I pay for it. So I get the high resolution ones and not the ones that have all like the little gray stuff. I can use that and then sometimes just put it in my design because it's, like I said, I don't have to go very, very fine on it because I'm not doing a print and cut. I might just be using that for a stole or for an invitation or something like that. And I don't have to do, too much. I just use remove.bg. I use trace and detach so that I don't have the big transparent box. But I didn't have to go through it and remove it. Where back when I first started, I had to go through and click, 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 move to trace that and then crop it to remove a complex background, like if it was a photograph. So yeah, it's a lot of different ways to use it. For anyone that watched or you went through the first one, especially if you're here and you were actually in the live session the first time, is there anything that you can pinpoint about this particular session that made it different or now easier to understand if you watched it before and didn't quite, like you've tried it and you didn't understand the images here? Just trying to get an idea of, what things added what may or may not have made it better than the first time, or different, not better, but different. Okay, no one?
I was in the first one. I was in the live sessions with you. And now seeing how you move the points, the handles on them made things a whole lot easier for me because I didn't understand that you could move that handle and make it longer or shorter, or I thought you just had to just move them where they were.
But we talked about that in the first one, though. Did
I
you
guess I missed it.
go back though? So you were in the live one.
Yes.
Had you gone back to actual review? Because I know like Bevy Jean, she's like, I've watched it twice. So was that a situation where you kind of just was in the class and in the moment? Did you ever go back and watch the replay and actually go through the different assignments the first time around?
Yes, I went back, but I
Missed that one.
always a lot of time you assume you already know what you're doing and you don't really listen to what you're saying.
Okay.
Just
That's
assume you
actually very
already know how to do it.
that actually helps me because my team and my family is always like, Shakia, you're really like you're repeating the same thing over and over again. Like my husband's like, I'm tired of hearing it. But for me, I'm like, but maybe somebody missed it the first time, or they got distracted. I know I'm always kind of doing something in Zion Imani. I'm gonna listen to my podcast. Here comes Zion Imani asking me something, and I may have missed that part of it. And sometimes, like if he talks too long, okay, I'll pause it. I'll go back and try and catch up with it. But sometimes, you don't have that privilege, or especially if it wasn't like a replay or trying to go through and figure out exactly where it's at, because you can't pause a live one. And then when you're going through the live video, trying to figure out where that part was can be kind of, aggravating. So when you hear it in a different setting, you hear it multiple times, it starts to connect. So you just kind of help me because I'm going to probably play that for them because they're always telling me, Shakia, you're repeating the same thing over and over and over again. I feel like that's a good thing no matter what. Oh, but you're going to bore the people that know it. Well, it's not really for the people that know it. Like I teach to educate those who don't know. If you know it, then this part isn't for you. Maybe either you're going to sit through the live video and wait for me to get to the next part, or the playback might be better for you because you can fast forward past the parts that you know. So that, thank you for that, because that was a little sound bite that definitely helps me to know that it's a good thing to be repetitive in what you teach.
Yes.
Yes, Judy.
I was in the original 30-day class. I actually went back last night and reviewed what we were going to do today, just so I could refresh it because I don't use it every day.
Mm-hmm.
And this was very, very helpful because I had forgotten about the part where which points go which direction and the anchor points. And that made a whole world of difference to me to remember when I'm working on something the next time. That now is stuck in my mind about which way the anchor points go. So repetition is great.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that, Karen.
I thought I knew edit points until we were sitting here doing this. Like, wait a minute, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. So this was actually good for me, even though I've taught it to a certain level because I work with K-8 students.
Mm-hmm.
So I only went to a certain level.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I really understood them until I'm sitting here doing these with you. It's like, oh, yeah, you understood them, but you didn't realize how much more you could actually do with them. So this was great for me.
Which program do you guys teach them with?
I was teaching, I'm retired now.
Okay.
I was using the Google apps because we in our school district we had the Google Suite. So I was using that and basically the Google Draw.
Okay. I've even like the crazy thing is, and I ask that is most schools, and it's because you can technically get it like for free. You have like the school accounts and you can get certification, like you teach it. Most of the high schools have it, and you can teach like certifications, like they'll get certification and be like, oh, I'm certified like when Photoshop. And the crazy thing about that is they certify them based off of them being able to take a test versus really, really knowing how to do it. And one of the schools I did approach, and I'm like, it's not your typical graphic designing and like, having Adobe and or CorelDRAW. Like most schools, it's more so either like something that's either Microsoft or Adobe. Like my son, he took computer last year and he took the test as far as like certification for Excel because they teach like Word, Excel, like they teach it different ways. And graphic designing though is not really taught like in middle school. It's you start it in high school. And sometimes it is because of the cost. So I actually approached the school and I'm like, this is a program that like it's free. You wouldn't like like they could like it doesn't there's nothing crazy on it. They can have their own account with their school email address. They can have it on their systems because they use HP laptops, and this will allow them to still understand it because the fundamentals of point editing is the same as far as how you're moving the angles and pushing and pulling, just like Photoshop, to where they'll be ahead of the game if they decide to take it in high school because they're going to have a better understanding. So I'm actually trying to work that out for at least a middle school, for them to allow me, whether it's like a extracurricular club or whatever, to teach via Silhouette Studio. That's why I asked like which one to see, like in that school system where they heavy on Adobe, but it's cool that they let you do Google.
Yeah, like I said, with the Google, because it's integrated into our system. I mean, it was a Google platform, but
Yeah.
I did want to do Silhouette with them, but the issue was the way our school district was set up. Their school IDs and their school emails could only be used in certain ways,
Yep.
and you needed to have
From the
an
portal.
email in order to create the account or get the software. So I hit a wall to a degree with that.
Yeah, because of the portal and things of that nature.
Exactly.
Because when they were in in the midst of the pandemic, it was like everything they tried to do it through there, where you even have access to like the Microsoft stuff. So even like, let's say as a family, because people always think Word is free. It's not free. Excel is not free. But whenever they would log in through the portal, the kids had access to Word. They had access to Excel. And then I think they had I think theirs was like Teams, which is not like the Google one. It's like, I think it's Microsoft Teams,
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, through the portal is where they end up doing a lot of stuff, and the kids had access to different programs. So I definitely understand that. But that's one reason why I do like Silhouette, because even if it's just one account, you just need to download it. Technically, you don't even need an account to download. You need an account for the library and designer or business edition, but all the foundational things can be taught just from the regular program. And then that's when you get the parents like, okay, well, hey, if you want them to kind of go past this, well, that's kind of how I'm presenting it. You want them to go past this, then it'll be on the parents to create that account and pay for the upgrades and all that stuff. But that's one of the things I'm working on for those who have a desire to, because I rather work through the school than kind of come on here and be like, okay, yeah, I have a program for kids, and most adults know me, and I don't want it to be I want it where it's just kids. So schools was like the place where I felt like going straight to the schools was how I can do that. But I'm trying to figure out, yeah, but it was kind of the same thing, and I'm just trying to work out the plan for how to get them to be okay with Silhouette.
Well, I know with my district now, I'm in Philly.
Okay.
You can go through a process of getting certain things approved.
Yeah.
And I was actually trying to do this last year, but I was retiring last year. So trying to go through that whole process of getting everything done. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it all the way through, but this was my alternative to using the Adobe software, which is used in our high schools.
Yep.
So I was trying to give them
Yep.
a foundation, but I was able to do a lot of things even with the Google Suite that gave them that foundation into the high school curriculum.
So that's kind of interesting. That's everywhere, where they don't do Adobe until they get to high school. But if you can learn it in middle, like it makes it so much easier. Like high school, their focus is a little bit different, where you can catch them. Like I always feel like middle school is that great ground to where it's almost like, don't bore them with the basic stuff, but don't overwhelm them. Like it's like that really good like molding.
That fine line, yeah.
Because yeah.
But some of the work I was able to get out of my kids, when people were looked at that, they were like, "Oh my God, wait a minute, you had third graders doing this, you had kindergartners doing." You expose them earlier so that as they go on, they only hone their skills.
Yeah, it's because people don't realize how like there are great jobs out there. I'll tell y'all, I was this close to maybe going into a wreck with my friend. I'm like, God, is this a sign? Because one of my good friends, she works for Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, and they're actually looking for a graphic designer. And I saw that and I'm like, because some of y'all know I've been on like certain platforms. I'm just like, I don't know where I kind of want to be at when it comes to this. I feel like the industry, the what I love to do doesn't love me back. And I just maybe need to switch gears. And I was like, okay, guys, is this the sign? Because I'm like, it came from a friend of mine. And I would have never thought to look Miami-Dade County or Miami-Dade Fire Rescue and feel like, wait, they have positions for graphic designers. So people don't realize that like this skill, there are high paying jobs in this field. You know, people just focus on like the doctors, the lawyers, the things like that, and really don't teach these things and see how it can be beneficial. So, interesting, interesting, interesting. All right. Okay. Anyone else? Any, just breaking up the information overload to your brain. Anyone have any other feedback, comments, concern, like just any dialogue before we go into the last bit? And this is a lot of like fixing letters and making them straight.
I'm always amazed. And I'm always learning. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. Okay. So the last bit, I'm actually going to just take this, copy it, and just open it in a new window, just so we can start fresh. Excuse me. So sometimes when you trace, especially if it's not like a good resolution, it will curve areas that technically should be straight. You'll have some letters where they are the exact same letters, but they'll still trace differently. Like they'll trace differently and they end up looking different. So if we look at like this C, it was made with the same font, but do you guys see how different they are with the traces? This part here is already straight. Like it has sharp corners. You look here and how this is rounded. This looks longer than this one. It's wider here, it's narrow here. It looks like it's pushing forward. So although they were made with the same one, when you go to trace, you may end up with some pretty interesting results. The original, these are supposed to be sharp lines, but you don't get sharp lines. When it traces, it will round it because of the pixels and how it picks up on that. But if you want it to change it and, okay, I want to recreate this to be very, very sharp lines, or maybe it's something that does have smooth lines, whatever. And for what you're working on, you want to change it to more sharper lines. This is where edit points will come into play versus, and that it's kind of crazy. That leads right into it, where she was saying, just kind of creating shapes and making them. Someone may have taught, okay, well, we want to do this. We want it to be sharp. We're going to put this shape here. They might weld it to now force that to be, straight versus just editing the point on it. So that's what we're going to do with this. I'm going to go through some of the letters, not all of them, and it will be on you to fix them, to finish them. Letters like the C and the E, we don't want to work on both, because we want them to be the same. They're the same letter. You would work on just one and then duplicate it and use your alignment tools to get it to line up where it's supposed to be at, the same spacing. Same thing with the E. So don't feel like you have to edit both, because no matter what you do, they'll still end up looking a little bit different. If you work on one, once you're setting, let's say I'm going to make all of this one big compound path and adjust. After I work on one, I'm going to weld it so that everything is released. I'm going to duplicate it, line it up. And so you guys will see me do that part. So you'll see how to do it for the E. I'm going to do it for the C, where I'm going to work on one and then duplicate it to fill it in. And that is the same thing that you would do when it comes to the E. when you, whether it's from, a lot of times from scratch, if you watch videos, you'll see certain things like in certain programs where they're making a lot of shapes, and then, you know, it's certain things that they'll do to remove certain parts, and it's you're left with it, or they're doing it on a grid. They may use lines and guidelines to know where to put things. This is one of those situations where you're going to need guidelines to make sure that the top point matches, like, and it becomes a straight line. Guidelines are only available to those who have Designer Edition, Designer Plus, or Business. But you can use straight lines as well. You can use these. Just know that when using those, because you're putting a line, it may be times where you're going to click and it's going to jump to that line and add the point to the line instead of what you're working on. So just watch that and be very mindful of that. Okay. But we're going to go through this now. The first part of it, I'm going to use for the sake of this, because not everybody has Designer Edition or Business. I'm going to use lines, and then I'm going to show you how to basically group it together, send it to the back, so that that is just your reference point. All right. And then if you have Designer Edition or above, you can do the same thing, but also lock it in place so that it doesn't move while you're, you know, adjusting your edit point. So we're going to kind of, this is just setting it up, and you can, you know, set things up this way, and then we're going to go through like adjusting them. All right. This is why I put it onto another page. I'm going to group this. I'm sorry, not group it. I'm going to actually make this a compound path. My rulers are not here for some reason to bring up your rulers. If you go to, which I'm going to bring this, and let's go here. So if you come to this icon, so page setup, and then come here. Oops, don't want to do that. Undo. Oh, you can leave it there. Oh, ain't that nice? Oh, learn something new. So I'm going to click here. Can I move it? Oh, I don't have to keep, oh, I can move it. Yes. Oh, the next couple of classes are going to be amazing, darling, with the following along. I like this. Okay. So we're going to click ruler. It's going to bring up my ruler on the top, at the top, and here on the side. Oh, wow, that's so cool. I'm going to click here and move this down. Move this down. Okay. And I'm going to zoom in so you can kind of see. If you come from this side and place it here, place it here. Uh-oh. So the only thing with using guides, oh, come on. It's so close to it. So, and that will happen to where I'm here, but because this is kind of transparent and my image is there, it keeps moving it. So I have to come down. You see here, it's a finger. If I come down here, it's an arrow, and it's going to allow me to bring out the guidelines and place them. I mean, guidelines are cool. I prefer a lot of times I prefer either boxes or making straight lines. Okay. So you can do that. They'll be all over the place and whatnot. If you end up moving this around, it doesn't move with it. Another reason why I'm not a big fan of edit points. I mean, not edit points, guidelines. So I'm going to just click on these and delete them. If you prefer guidelines, you can use them. I just wanted to show you how you can pull in your guidelines. My preference, however, I'm going to get rid of edit points for now. Let's put you to the top. We don't need you right now. Haha. Oh, wait, we're going to come to here and then here, and I'm going to make lines. And the joy of this one is once I make a line going up and down, I can just duplicate it. Like I don't have to keep going to the ruler and pulling it in, pulling it up and down. I can just duplicate it. So I'm gonna add a little weight to it. Ooh, not 13, 1. I'm gonna change my color. And we're going to move it, duplicate. Now I'm going to use keyboard shortcuts. So I hold down Alt or Option. So my C and the E, actually, they're not in the same spot. So that's fine. I don't really need that one there. Oh, but I need this at the top for the B. And here. So that's at the S, that's at the S. And I think I need one more at the bottom of the A. You don't have to change the colors. I'm just doing it just so I can identify, you know, with you guys to help you identify the top and bottom. So we're going to go here, here. And what I may end up doing once I finish this, I think I'm going to save this before I do anything else. That way for some, like, you know, let's say you rather focus on the edit point part first. I'm going to provide this to you with all of the guidelines here already. Well, I don't even know why I'm doing these because I'm not going to use that C. And to quickly do this, I'm just holding down Alt and I click. So you see that plus sign is there. And that's more so for the R. And then okay. Ooh, that's a lot of lines. I'm just gonna line them up. We're gonna group. I'm gonna come straight through here, group these. All right, let me save this file. Save as, save to hard drive. And I don't know why I did both E's again, but that's okay. Edit point worksheet 2 with guide lines. All right. Got that part set up. I'm actually going to restart the recording for this next part. Okay. I'm going to select here and group them together. Right click and send them to the back. If you have Designer Edition or above, you can actually come over to your layers panel. It looks like a little window here. Okay. This is grouped. This is just polygon because this is one. So this is the group one. I'm going to actually add a layer. I'm going to take my polygon and click and move it up to layer 2 because that one is on top. So if I delete this one, that's the one on the bottom. I'm going to lock that in place. I cannot move that. Now, technically, I can move this, okay? If you lock it, you can't do anything with it. So we don't want to lock that top one. We just want this one so that our guidelines don't move. All right. Now I can work on this one and my guidelines are going to basically stay where they are. I'm going to decrease the transparency so I can see those lines. I probably should have put a few extras, but it's okay. So you can do this a couple different ways. You can duplicate one on top and kind of know like the general area. You know, we won't really need the guidelines, but in this case, the guidelines are going to be better for me. Everything except the A is sharp points. So double click, hold down shift. I'm going to select up to here. I'm going to go make flat. Come on this side, shift, select everything on this side, not the A, make flat. We don't need all of these edit points for most of these. So like for the B here to here, it's a straight line. We don't need this one. We're just going to delete it. The point right here, I don't need it. Delete it. Delete it. This is not a task, whether for practice or for like doing it for an actual order, that is meant to go fast. There are times where I am recreating people's logos and I can be here for hours, which is why I charge a lot for it. It's no easy way to do it. It just takes for you to go and sit in front of your computer and just do it. And you may have to do all of these things to, you know, be able to easily do this. I'm going to put a line in the middle. And it won't copy that. So let's just go green and let's go 1. And I'm just going to send that to the back. Now you can choose to do it letter by letter and remove all of the extras. And that way, once you start to move your edit points, you know, you don't have to go back through this part. So like I said, anything this is all straight. It's not going to curve anywhere. So having a straight path from one point to the next is going to be the best way to do this. So I'm going to go in here and any edit points that's in between one point to another to make it a straight line, I am deleting it. Okay, remember my C, I don't have to do. Oh, I forgot one's over here. Now this line, I kind of have in the wrong spot. So I would have to unlock this, ungroup this, ungroup. I'm going to hold down shift, click on this line to deselect it and group together everything else. That way I don't have to like, you know, go back and select all of it. I'm going to move this over some, hold down shift, click on the rest of them and just group it all back together and lock. lock that one, okay? Double click. And everything, this is where we zoom in at. I'm trying to get it to line up to these lines. So whether you choose top or bottom, since I have thickness, now when I don't have thickness, it's just one thin line. But with this one, I'm just going to choose the top and the outside. So I'm going to take this, and on the one on the bottom, I'm going to choose the bottom of that green line. And that's where I'm going to line everything up to. So this blue one, I'm going to just pull it out to the outside. Pull this one out to the outside. This one, I'm going to center between that. This needs to come all the way out here. All the way out here. So that's good. Oh, I didn't put anything for these. So this one, I'm going to go inside. Now let's go outside. But I forgot to put a line for this. So let's just add one straight line, bring it down. Well, that one doesn't really matter. But up here, we need a line to line that up to. Double click. I don't need these middle points. I'm just going to take this and bring it over. And then that can stay there. Oops, wrong part. Okay, now I would have to look. I now don't remember. I think this part doesn't, I think with the Buccaneers, this doesn't, I don't think it does like this one. I want to say it comes to a point like that. Yeah. So for the top one, it actually creates a point. So these 2 points should technically line up. And then this is like somewhere in the middle. Now it's all straight lines. This would be the same thing. On this one, I think all of them kind of come underneath it, so I'm not going to go above. I'm going to come underneath the green line. And well, I guess because I pulled it to the side, maybe I'll do the inside of the blue. Bottom of the green, inside of the blue lines. And so for this one, because it's opposite, it's the top of the green instead of the bottom. Oh, wait, did I go outside? Okay, I went to the outside. Okay. I'm going to come here. And I think I did this one to the inside. I should have a straight line for this point. Instead of moving it with my mouse, I'm just going to use my arrow on my keyboard to get that a little bit closer. Okay. So now for this C, I'm going to go ahead and weld, hold down Shift, deselect both of the C's, and I'm going to make everything else a compound path. I'm going to take this C. I'm going to take this C. We're just going to make it, well, I'm going to, just so you can see it, take, ooh, don't want to move those. Are you moving? Oh, I'm going to go over here back to this, to my page setup. So I went back because it keeps jumping. So I went to page setup. I'm going to come here and I'm going to deselect snap to guides because it keeps making it move, because I guess when I put the guides there, it has like its own place where it thinks the guide is. So it keeps jumping. So I'm going to just turn off my snap to guides. Normally it's just snap to grids that affects you, but in this case, snap to guides. So see now, see, it's not jumping. I'm going to duplicate this, or actually let's use replicate so that it stays on the same line. And I'm going to just duplicate to the right. I'm going to change the color of that. I'm going to send it. Now this one, you cannot send it to the back. If you send it to the back, you are going to send it to the layer, because now we have two layers. If it was all just one layer, you can send it to the back. Because we now have two different layers, if I choose send to the back, it's going to send it to the bottom of that locked layer. I don't want it to do that. So I'm going to say, tell it to send it to the back of the layer. That way it stays on the layer that it is on, like it's already on. I'm going to hold down Shift and I'm going to click on this letter, go back to transform, or go to transform, and I'm going to tell it to align to the right. Click off, click on the orange one and delete it. Now I can click on the blue, hold down Shift, click on Buccaneers. Well, click on the C, click on Buccaneers, and I can make that a compound path. It's now a part of it. I did not have to adjust both, just duplicate it. And when you get to the E, you'll do the same thing. Release, weld, hold down Shift, click on the E and the E, come back to one of the other letters, make them a compound path, duplicate it, and then make it a compound path again to connect with everything else. For this A, this is one where we can just adjust it by itself. We don't need all these points on any straight line. So holding down Shift, going through, and it's okay that it selected this one because we don't need it anyway. We're going to delete it anyway. And make flat. Make flat. This needs to be here. So I'm going to add a point, delete this point. This line needs to be flat. I still have this handle. And then these, you don't really need to mess with them too much. You can maybe delete some of them if it's making it like wobbly. Like in this area, I really don't need these. I'm just going to delete them and extend this out. Ooh, delete point. And I probably did need that point to round that off some. This point in here, make it a corner. We're going to go down. This is so that we're creating a sharp corner in that little space there. We don't need any of these because this part should be straight. Now, we can use a line and bring it down like this to give us kind of a guide of where to put these edit points to. We don't need these. Make this one flat. Make this one flat. We don't need these. Actually, can make all of these flat. And then just move this up a straight line would be needed right here. And there's that one fixed, and so forth and so on with adjusting it. This is something, like I said, this is not a thing that would, be something that's very, very quick. It may take a little time. And the joy of having this on a different layer and, having business designer or business is if you really want to see it without it, you come to the layers panel and you just hide this and you can kind of see. You can see what it looks like without the distractions of the line. Where if you have guidelines on, you can't really turn those on and off. Okay. Questions? Ooh, wait, no, cancel. File, save as, save to hard drive. Practice 1. That way my original one is still in place, intact. All right. Questions, comments, concerns, feedback. Ooh, whoa, move back down. Hold on, actually, hold on. Let me restart this. And I'm actually gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to, I'm about to add this to the dashboard right now. In case you want to have this one. Let's go over here. And it's gonna be under, it's going to be under Q1 refresher session downloads. So I'm going to add that lesson right now. But feel free to ask questions while I'm over here working on this. Okay, I see your hand. Your hand's raised, Karen. Go ahead.
Yes, I was actually working on setting up my lines with the word. With the A, did I see that you used a diagonal line to straighten that out, or
So I
you just
created a
left the A
line.
as it is?
No, so I used just this line and I just made it, go down, and I would just went from here, from the top one, and then I used the corner and then the bottom one as like my indicator, and then whatever's in the middle, I adjusted to that line.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. Where is guidelines? Open. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Okay, wait. Cancel. Let's change the name of that file first. Okay, I have no idea where the file just went. Where'd you go? Okay, Nope, practice one. Okay, with guidelines. All right, here we go. Rename. Let me see. Was anybody else have their hand raised? Because I can't see. Okay, nope. Mm. Okay. So let's go back over here. Browse files. So does everyone understand why I made them, why I deleted the points, why I made them flat? There are no questions. You guys have a full understanding. What I'm understanding is there are no questions about what I did, and you guys are going to be able to go in the system, like when you are by yourself, and just follow along. You don't have any questions that you need clarifying on the recording for you to go back to. Any observations, just anything that you need on the recording, when you're doing this by yourself, speak now, forever hold thy peace.
I like the guidelines.
Okay. What the heck happened to the file? Alrighty then, let's see. Why won't it let me add it? Add lesson, download.
In not taking your classes, you would think that Buccaneers look fine the way it is, but after taking your class, you see all the things that are wrong with it.
Mm-hmm. Actually, let's do edit point worksheet. Well, actually you said Buccaneers. I'm actually going to put that in the title.
When you flatten it, it's simply to make sure that you have straight lines, correct?
Yes, because there's no curves to this, so we don't need any curved points. So you make flat because everything is pretty much a straight point. And that way you only have to just move them to match the guidelines.
Figure out the other part of the A.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my mic off.
Oh. Okay, why is it refusing to upload? I keep trying to upload it and it won't. All right, let's see. I'm so confused as to why this will not upload. Okay, copy. Discard changes. Okay. Add a lesson, download, browse files, upload. I have no idea why this will not upload. Okay, let me close out of the, I'm gonna close. Oh, Ms. Wood was in the study hall session instead of refresher. I'm not sure if she's here now, but it's showing me that she went to the study hall and not the refresher. Um, All right, well, I'm going to stop the recording. Oh, wait, okay, wait, somebody wrote something in the chat. Hold on. So I'm going to stop the recording so that it's not a bunch of dead air on that one while I'm setting this up. I understand why you deleted the edit points to make them straight on the word. Okay, cool beans. All right, I'm going to stop the recording. So if you have questions, you have to raise your hand because I'm stopping the recording. It's still on the live stream, but I just stopped the recording. Add lesson, download. Browse files. There we go. I had to close out of the web browser altogether. Okay, it is there now. If you refresh, you will see it under 2024 quarter one refresher session downloads. It is there. Okay. Was there anyone that was waiting for that? Before you had questions, because you want to kind of go through it, just kind of raise your hand if you were waiting for that to be uploaded so you can open it and go through it. Excuse me. So we've pretty much have gone through everything when it comes to edit points. So now I don't want to hold you. We've been here for like almost 4 hours now. For the Buccaneers, when I just added that, if there's anyone that wants to stay on to, go over the B through the C and then do the A, I will stay on for a little, stay on, as we go through this. I'm also going to record a bonus part to it. So I'm going to start the recording. Actually, with that one, it'll still be on the what's this thing called? The stream, but I'm going to actually record some. So I'm going to show you guys what I did with the banging tacos. So I'll probably do that one first. And if there's anyone that wants to stay on to do the Buccaneers in real time and then kind of get help with it as you're going through the B, U, C, and then the A, we'll be able to go to that. I'm going to show the bonus one. But after that, once I'm done with the bonus one, or even now, you don't have to stay on because there's no more teaching. We went through everything for point editing. If you have any questions before you leave the Zoom, again, now's the time to ask. If not, I'm going to show you guys something that I did to recreate some letters utilizing kind of like edit points and some other things as well. And it's going to also be a recording. So I actually recorded it already, but I wanted to kind of do it in here as well, just in case you guys have any questions. And you can always bring the questions to study hall. So I'm going to do that because it doesn't relate to point editing. Once I do that, it'll just be like the class is over and it's just for those who want to stick around, but there's no more instruction. So you guys won't be missing anything if you're not doing along with us. All right. So last call for questions as far as, in the actual, like anything for the session. No, it wouldn't let me put today's date. For some reason, it was acting very wonky and it wouldn't let me schedule it for today. So if you look at it, it says Saturday, the 24th. There is no class tomorrow. It's just that for some reason, just so that people can click on it. Like if we had some people that just signed up for Essentials. Now, everyone else from your old one, when you registered for it, it gave you all of the dates. But I had to add this one because it wouldn't let me for some reason change. It wasn't saying, it was saying, I think, a later time before, and I had to change it and it wouldn't let me. So, but there's no class tomorrow. We only have one refresher session a week. I'm actually taking Zion Imani to see monster trucks tomorrow. All righty. So this concludes Essential Select Studio point editing class. We have study hall. Study hall next week is an afternoon session. It is not 6:30. It is still on Tuesday. It will be at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's still a lunchtime live for that study hall session. And then next week, Thursday, is the next class, and I believe that is Replicate Tool, I think. And that will be a 6:30 class. So it's on. So next week is afternoon refresher, evening class for, I'm sorry, afternoon study hall, evening class on Thursday for the refresher. All right. Thank you guys so very much. Until next time, have a great one. Continue to unlock your creativity. Be incredible. All right. I'm going to open up a file. You can't see. um, Actually, I think I just opened the wrong one. No, I didn't. Did I not save that file? Oh, I didn't save the silhouette version of the file. I only saved the PDF to send it to the Roland. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, where is it? But I can still open up that file because you'll see the final, like, you know, how I made like the transformation. Oh, whoa. Um, well, that was kind of interesting. Why did it move like that? All right. Okay. Um, let's share screen. All right. So this was, why are you gone? Okay, let's move you back over here. So of course they gave me like their logo, and which I've made shirts and stuff for them. Some of you guys probably saw I just did the DTF. So I submitted them for DTF prints, but their logo was not with the letters intact. And I needed it to create a sign for their event. For, once someone tries their tacos, they like them, it's a sign that says, it's banging. Okay. But we need, of course, you can see these are solid letters. I don't know what font this is. Sometimes you're not gonna. If it was a whole string of text, I'm not gonna try and recreate that. Like, hey, I would have made this sign with a totally different font if it was like a whole lot. As you can see, like the Instagram, it's just, whatever font that was kind of close to it. So how I went about changing this is the N is already, so we're gonna weld. The N is already there. I don't have to do anything to that other than duplicate it. So I'm gonna first duplicate it to the left. I'm gonna take this one and send it to the back. Hold down, click it, hold down Shift, click on, I'm sorry, wrong thing. I need to bring that to the front. So I'm gonna click it, bring it to the front, hold down Shift, click on the other end, align it to the left, click here, and I'm gonna remove it, delete it. That's all I had to do for the end. Nothing more, don't have to go through trying to recreate it. There was an N that was already there. My G, I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste in front, change the color of that, and send it to the back. Oh, I forgot to paste in front. It's okay. Well, I thought I pasted in front. So I was going to paste it in front. I'm going to take my transparency down on this. That top one, doesn't matter which one you really use. I just want it there as a reference, as a guide to so I kind of know like where to move things. I'm going to double click. I'm going to delete these points. And this is why I kind of have it, because once you delete them, you don't really see it, so that I can grab in the middle, go here, and I'm using that as a guide, like where it is now, to pull this down and match that same angle. Oops, come on. Take my transparency up, send it to the back, delete this one. And I actually don't really like it, even though it matches the angle. I'm gonna change it a little bit. I wanted that a little bit more rounded off. For the A, I'll purposely move that to the top of this. Move this to the bottom. And so it's going to be to the inside. I'm just going to, like these, I don't really have to do too much to. If I wanted to kind of go here, I'm not worried about these being like too straight, but I actually just noticed that one. The first time I actually didn't adjust it. It's more so in here. I'm going to select all of these points in here. I don't need them. Delete point. This one I don't really need. I'm going to take this one and bring it down to here. And just because it's going to drive me crazy right now, make flat, delete, because that's going to drive me crazy. Only because I'm zoomed in on it. But now I have the word banging where all of the letters are solid. It's actually made up from tacos. Use my knife tool and split that. I don't need these. I'm going to take my knife and cut this off at the top. Duplicate, shrink it down. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. Cut this off. And I can do the T like this. Probably shrink it a little bit to match it. Or if I really wanted it to curve, which I think I did on that one, I'll bring it out some. Select all of these edit points and delete them. Take this piece, go to replicate, mirror to the left, flip it vertically, pull it down to where the T is like that. And if I didn't like it, I can always shrink it in, bring it in. And then my apostrophe is just a piece of this. Select it, rotate it. This is too sharp of a corner. So we're just going to select it, move this down, make it curve, smooth, round that off, delete some of these. Just so that it wasn't completely straight. Same thing at the top here. Make it curve, make it smooth. There is no, this letter doesn't exist. So there is nothing for me to stress over it looking a certain way. I'm just creating it. I don't know what this font would have looked like as an I or a T. I really didn't care because it wasn't like it's a part of their logo. I was just creating where I can put it's banging. Same thing with this one. Let's just make one of the points curve, smooth, just so that it's not super, super straight. And that's how we got the it's. But you can use edit points to modify things as well. Questions, comments, feedback, observations?
That was pretty cool. I would have never thought to do that.
Me either. That was great.
All right. Is there anyone that is staying on to go over Buccaneers? Or will you guys be doing that on your own time?
I started working on it, creating the grid and everything, and I've just started working on the bee itself.
Okay.
On the B, I made the grid. On the B, is the top little opening in the B supposed to come down to the line so that it matches the top of the E and the bottom of the C?
Hold on, let me go to it. Actually, let me reset this too. Hold on. You can use that one. You can use that line.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's technically started a little bit lower. Actually, no, I don't know. When we did it, I may have gone in and just like from that line made another one. I mean, you can go way up there, but I mean, it technically does start where it is. So I think, yeah, because I think I didn't have a line for this one. And I also didn't have a line for here. And remember on the worksheet, it hasn't been locked in. I don't think it's been locked in place. So with the worksheet, let's see, maybe it has. Okay, no. So that has, it's just the pieces that are extra. So yeah.
Okay, and if you pan to the right, then where the center of the E comes out, is anything lined up with? Oh no, you don't have a line there. I had a line at the top of that too.
Oh, well, if you wanted to have a line here, I mean, as I said, because I wasn't doing the E, and you can always, so the guideline doesn't, especially if you're making your own, yeah, you can make this so that you can make this, this line right here straight. So yeah, you could put guidelines there as well.
Okay. All right. I was just curious. I made the guidelines and I didn't know if I had too many or not enough, or
Yeah, I mean,
was
you
I
never
missing
have
something?
too many, not, it's, again, that's personal preference. I kind of put them in at what I thought was like key points. But even when I went through another one, I realized, oh, I'm missing one here. So you can always add, take away, or whatever at any point. There is no right or wrong way. There is no, it needs to be this number. You're looking at it, and wherever you need guidelines, you're going to put them there.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out what were the strategic points, mostly the tops and the bottoms, and that type of a thing, as to how nitpicky you're going to get.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because like even with this one, technically, I should have put this to the, because I have this one to the inside of the line, like to this side. This guideline should have actually been over to where the edge of this was to the edge. And that way, when I moved it, it was like that. So I was trying to rush. Like I said, I might update it again, but I was just trying to, put that in there in case anyone wants to follow along.
No, that was great. I remember some of this from the original, but this is even, it brings back those things, and it would have helped me a few weeks ago if I would have remembered that when I was trying to do something. So again, repetition's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bro.
I have one other question.
What?
Is it, I know, like when we do the trace and there's the certain steps you go through, like, copy, paste, well, whatever it is. On this one, do you start out with, if you don't need smooth, you don't start with it, but would it be like smooth, curve, corner, or what was the sequence? I know I heard you say something, and I was trying to write it down and listen and watch all at the same time.
It would be, because you have to make it a curve, it's straight. So I normally just go make curve. The reason why I click on smooth is if you make it a curve and one of the handles may have been hidden, if you make smooth, it kind of extends the handles, and then I go to corner so that I can adjust it. So normally I personally go curve, and then I do hit both smooth and corner because smooth can extend. Sometimes I don't know if a handle is hidden because I'm not looking at it. It's just a fail safe. Hit smooth, hit curve. Hit corner. It doesn't hurt it to go smooth and then corner. You can go straight to corner, but then if there's a handle that was hidden, you didn't have to, you still have to go through smooth anyway to make it extend out. Hmm. I'm waiting. I mean, you guys have to, those who are following along. I mean, if it's you think you have it, because I don't really have anything else. So I'm here in case you guys have questions. I'm not really sure who's still working on it, if you're doing it and just, wanted to be on. So just y'all have to let me know so I kind of know. Because everyone else, like I said, anyone that's else in the room, I don't really have anything unless you guys have questions. I'm just staying on for those who are doing it and may have questions, but the class is over with.
I'm still working.
Okay. So it's fine for those who are working. 'Cause I want to be here for you in case you need the help. But for anyone else, there is silence, excuse me, on this recording. If you're watching the playback, there's going to be long periods of silence. I'm just waiting for questions and not, really just talking through it because I want them to focus on what they're doing and not be distracted, feeling like they're missing something from me, and something that I'm teaching. So if you're watching the playback, know that it's not messed up. Know your speakers aren't messed up. It's just silence while they are working through the point editing of Buccaneers. See you next class.
Does the U have a dip in it, or is it a straight across?
But this,
Yes.
everything should just be a straight across.
Okay.
Everything should be flat.
And I can just delete all those extra
Yes.
points, correct?
Uh-huh. Oh, so it wasn't, it's not on a separate layer. Why in the heck these are not selecting? Oh, because I grouped that together. Dash, okay. All right. So plus, um, we're gonna take polygon and move you up to the top. Okay, there we go. Yeah, everything, like I would hold down shift and literally everything in the middle, I would delete point and delete point. I guess I will, while I'm waiting for you guys, I will fix this file. Well, fix these guidelines. Oops. So that way, when someone's doing it, everything is to the inside of the lines. That means this would have to be, wait, no. That was, oops. That was still correct because, well, I guess that would technically be the outside and then this is the inside. So I'm going to move it here to where you adjust it to the inside, and then this is here. Okay. And then, oops, undo. I have to ungroup that. You're welcome. See you guys next class. Um, inside, underneath, inside. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll do okay, so this is lined up with that one. So that point is kind of like the same point as the one on the B. And let's do a line right here. Inside. So then with this, it would be to align it to the inside of that one. Okay. And save. Which letter are you guys on right now?
Can I share my screen? I'm working on my A.
Okay, go ahead. Let me stop my share.
Okay, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I changed, I added 3 lines just for the A. With this one right here, the inside, should I pull this all the way over to the yellow so that this is lined up straight here?
Well, no, because I mean, you end up making that line and it went all the way out. I would not even bother to put one there. Wherever that A ended at, whatever point, so you can't move it like that now because it's now at a different angle. So when you double click on the A,
Okay, give me a second. Let me lock my lines. Okay, double click on the A.
wherever that point is there, click on it, just make it flat.
Okay,
And
and
then
then
just
up
make
here,
that line.
just pull up to the other purple.
Yeah, just put, yeah. And then you can make that flat, make the other line flat. So yeah, you don't have to adjust it to a certain point. It's just about making it flat.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's where I wasn't sure of. But the other 2 yellow ones are fine. I can, because they're lined up with it.
I mean, even on the like, so I only did the inside one because where the point is at the top and then where the point is at the bottom, just to make, because it's a separation. That's not a straight line. On the outside, it's going to be a straight line. So once you delete those in the middle, so not you're, so hold on, let me
I didn't grab
request.
it.
Oh wait, you have a Mac. Okay, you don't have to go through so much. So yeah, once you
That's
go,
what I'm doing. I'm getting ready to delete some and
so yeah. So okay, hold on. Take the one at the bottom on the A, so not that one. Okay, not that one. There's another one right there. Yeah, there's a point there. So that one will be your end one. So make that line up to wherever it needs to be at on the purple and then delete the other two. Okay, now everything else on that line in between the top one and the bottom one. Okay, don't try to adjust it to your yellow line because you may not have had that in the right spot. So I wouldn't necessarily stress over that part too much because once you delete those other lines, it doesn't matter where that bottom point is. So it's hold down shift. Okay, hold on. There you go. Go all the way up and then delete it. Yeah. So it doesn't matter you having that
oh, got you, got
there
you.
because
Okay.
once you delete the other ones, it's a straight point, straight shot from the top to the bottom, wherever it may be. It's just important for you to line it up on like so that the bottom part lines up. So you're gonna either put that above or below that purple line, but that's a straight shot. So the only reason why I did one on the inside is because it's not a straight shot because the little part that comes out. So I went from the tip at the top to wherever the bottom of that was, and I'm using that to line it up so that that line is straight on both sides of the piece that sticks out. Yeah, you have both of them selected because you held down shift. So now you have to click another point. So another way to where you don't have to always click off, if you just click a gray point, it deselects whatever is selected and you can go back in. But if you hold down shift, it's going to select multiple points.
So like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only letter I was really worried about.
Okay.
I got the BU and first C.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do the second C just to get the practice, but I know you said just go ahead and
Yeah.
duplicate it and align it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am good.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Right. Anyone else need help in class? If not, we're going to go ahead and close out the Zoom. Last call for any questions, or if I need to stay on if you're working on it and you feel like you may have a question. We can maybe do about 10 minutes more. If not, then we'll close out the live. All right. No one is stating or unmuting that they need help. All right, guys. Thank you so very much. I will see you guys on Tuesday and in next week's refresher. Have a great one.